Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the seminar Morocco-Korea, an Afro-Asian partnership under construction. Please join me in welcoming to the stage for the welcoming remarks Dr. Kim Hyung-chong, President of Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, and Her Excellency Nuzha Shakruni, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the
Mesdames, Messieurs, bienvenue à ce séminaire Maroc-Corée, un partenariat en cours de construction. Veuillez, s'il vous plaît, vous joindre à nous, le Dr Kim Hyung-chong, président du Centre de politique et internationale de Corée, qui sera suivi par son Excellence Chang Ki-yong, ambassadeur de la République de Corée au Maroc.
Voilà. Okay. Thank you very much for having me. I am Kim Hyung-jong. I am president of Korea Institute for International Policy. Today I'm giving a speech in English. I'm sorry I cannot have a very fluent French speaker because my wife is a French specialist, so I had no urgent need to learn the French. Sorry about that. Okay. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome all of you to this seminar on impact of the current global circumstances on the Moroccan economy and then Korea-Moroccan relations, jointly hosted by my institution, Korea Institute for International Policy, and the Policy Center for New South. Before we start, I'd like to offer special thanks to Karim El Awinawi, the Executive President of Policy Center for New South, and His Excellency Chang Ki-yong, the Korean Ambassador to Morocco, and then our session chair, speakers, and discussants. In particular, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Policy Center for New South for the effort in making this event possible. As you may understand from the agenda, the seminar today has been organized to analyze the current global circumstances on the Moroccan economy and to enhance bilateral economic and social relations between the two countries, Korea and Morocco. I hope this seminar will tackle the issues on the agenda and help us maintain a friendly and close relations between our two countries. As the president of KIEP, let me introduce my institution very briefly. KIEP, Korea Institute for International Policy, was founded in 1989, and then as a government-funded research institution to specialize in research on international economic policy issues, including international finance, international macro, trade, investment, ODA, and then climate change, and as well as the very big portion of our research capacity is just focusing on the world economy, the regional economy. So we have so many teams on the region by region, so including Africa and the Middle East team. So the head of the team is now here with us. So we have a very keen interest in how to enhance our relations between the Korea and then our friend countries. So and then it's my first time actually to visit Morocco, and because Morocco is a so important country, so I try to visit the more often to this very important country in North Africa and also Middle East and then countries, and the Atlantic country as well. So, and then our research on the many issues now, including the trade and investment, but also we are very focusing on the future agenda like the digital transformation and then green transformation. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a high degree of uncertainty in the global economy. As you may know, between 2016 and 2021, the number of people living in acute food insecurity jumped from about 100 million to 160 million people, in part because of the accelerating climate change, as well as the pandemic, COVID-19. disrupting food supply chains, causing prices to spike in many places, including some countries in North Africa. Then we know that the Russia-Ukraine, war, it's like putting the final nail on the coffin of the world economy, because we are now facing a very, very gloomy circumstance of the world economy. So we face many challenges now. In Morocco and other the MENA countries, inflation and economic decline due to food and security energy prices soaring caused by the war between Russia and Ukraine has led to increased poverty and rampant inequality. In particular, the major economies that are highly food dependent on imports are suffering from huge economic loss, deeply affected by the global food supply chain crisis. Moreover, the Arab countries with weak health system and insufficient financial resources are exposed to severe fragility as they face humanitarian crisis and food insecurity. In the post-COVID-19 and era of uncertainty we live in, the enhanced and diversified cooperation for economic recovery between Korea and Morocco become more essential, along with the importance of the new global issues such as climate change, food and economic security, and digital transformation requiring a joint response and concerted effort among many countries. 60 years ago today, Korea and Morocco established diplomatic relations, 60 years. Trade and human exchanges between the two countries have continued to expand over the past 60 years, and substantial cooperation has been realized in all areas. In the trade sector in 2021, last year, Morocco was Korea's 78th largest exporter and importer. And in the same year, Korea exported car, boiler, machinery, and artificial intestines to Morocco, and imported copper and its products, seafood, and clothing. In particular, Morocco fostered the automobile sector as a strategic industry, with automobile parts and companies such as Europe Cooperation and Hans Cooperation entering the market. In the future, bilateral trade in finished cars and parts is expected to expand as automobile production in Morocco increased. Korea and Morocco are facing an opportunity to further enhance their relations based on the trust, mutual respect, good faith, and common interest they have built up so far. Currently, Korea is stepping forward for an inclusive and green economic recovery by accelerating digital and green transformation. Morocco is extending its effort to reduce carbon emissions and achieve green growth by adopting circular carbon economy concept, expanding renewable energy use, and developing green hydrogen. Also, food security has been prioritized as part of Morocco's new development model. For this reason, it has been widely recognized that Korea and Morocco have great potential for deeper economic cooperation in various sectors. I believe and I hope that the strategic partnership of the two countries will continue these trends and contribute to their economic acceleration and diversification. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, under these unprecedented circumstances where global uncertainty is rising in social, political, cultural, economic, and environmental dimensions, cooperation between Korea and Morocco needs to be more diversified and solidified than ever before. In this regard, today's seminar holds a special meaning as it is an opportunity for experts from various spheres to gather together to seek new ways of cooperation for the promotion and development of mutual understanding between the two countries. I hope that this seminar will not be a one-time event, but serve as the cornerstone of a continuous exchange between the Korea Institute for International Policy and Policy Center for New South, and stronger economic cooperation between Morocco and Korea. Once again, I'd like to express my special gratitude and extend my welcome to all the distinguished speakers and participants here. I hope that your time at this forum will be an enjoyable and memorable time. Thank you very much for your attention. Merci beaucoup. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim Han-chong, President of the Institute for International Economic Policy. Please now welcome Ms. Nuzha Shakroni, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Ambassador Chang, Mr. President, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends. On behalf of our Executive President, Mr. Karim Al-Ainawi, I wish you a warm welcome to the premises of the Policy Center for the New South. It is under the sign of an open dialogue on the future that this conference is held, which we jointly organized, the PCNS and KIEP, within the framework of the celebrations of the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Morocco and Korea. I would like to emphasize the relevance as well as the importance of the theme chosen, Morocco-Korea, an Afro-Asian partnership under construction, which offers us the opportunity to deep dive into our respective experiences in a spirit of sharing and exploration of innovative ideas. The trajectories of our two countries throughout the past 2 decades have been transformative and have had a positive impact on our populations in terms of sustainable development, thanks essentially to effective economic, industrial, and trade policies, as well as policies open to the diversification of partners. The Korea Institute for International Economic Policy is dedicated to policy research on global economic issues, particularly on emerging economies and regional developments around the world. For our part, the PCNS research program aims to think innovatively about strategic priorities, develop its adaptability to the rapid changes and the uncertainty that the world is experiencing today. The 3-year program, 21-23, in addition to combining the policy center's core expertise in international relations, geopolitics, economics, and public policy, focuses on the analysis of its immediate African environment as well as on the global South, which is part of our identity and with which we share the same interests, similar challenges, and above all, the same destinies. The PCNS aims through its analytical endeavors to contribute to the improvement of economic and social public policies that challenge Morocco, Africa, and the global South. Ladies and gentlemen, Korea is an inspiring model, particularly in its choice based on the nexus of planning in the industrial and financial fields, priority to education and work. This is a quote. Morocco itself is strongly committed to a reform for a generalized quality education, which constitutes the basis of the development and equal opportunities for the citizens of tomorrow. On the continental level, Morocco's African vocation has constantly been reaffirmed by His Majesty King Mohammed VI by being part of a long-term vision through South-South cooperation, where the economic dimension is the cornerstone. Morocco, through its political stability, its economic model open to investment in the banking, industrial, and agricultural sectors, and its strategic choices in human development, is the gateway to Africa. It is a major player in the repositioning of our continent as a new global growth pole. For our part, we have a lot to learn from the Korean experience, both in terms of the resilience of its economic model, its competitiveness, its export policy, or in the development of its relations with Eastern Asian countries, as well as its performance in new technologies. Honorable assistants, This day of dialogue will undoubtedly be enriching and inspiring and will allow a better understanding. We look forward to hearing your contributions and analysis and wish you a fruitful day. Thank you to our guests and our PCNS teams for their efforts and the good organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with the first session of the conference, Korea-Morocco Economic Relationship and Agendas for Further Cooperation in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to welcome His Excellency Mr. Chung Ki-yong, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Morocco.
Dr. Kim Eung-jong, President of Korea Institute of International Economic Policy, Madam Ambassador Lucia Shirkuni, Shilling Fellow of the Policy Center for the New South, colleagues and friends, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, bonjour, 안녕하십니까. It is with much pleasure to welcome you to the policy seminar aptly titled Morocco-Korea, an Afro-Asian partnership under construction, held in partnership between the KIEP and the Policy Center, and endorsed by the Korean Embassy here in Rabat. It is held as a part of a series of events held this year in commemoration of the establishment of diplomatic relationship between the Republic of Korea and the Kingdom of Morocco 60 years ago. I especially welcome and thank the eminent speakers and experts who have traveled far to be with us this morning to share their knowledge and vast experience with the audience. My special gratitude also goes to Dr. Karim El-Ainawi, Executive President of the Policy Center, along with his capable cadre of colleagues who provided us with invaluable inputs along the way for today's event. As the title suggests, today's seminar is about an ongoing evolutionary process of our bilateral partnership, focusing on the two main factors driving them: the economic relationship and geopolitics. In the next few minutes, I would like to talk about what we have gained so far and what we could achieve together, despite the real limitations or what we lack in this watershed moment of celebrating 60 years of our friendship. I would intentionally not get into any details, lest overlapping with what's going to come from our more learned speakers later, and be careful not to wear you down before that. So, what we have gained so far, there are two, one enforcing the other. First, the biggest gain we accumulated together in the last 60 years, six decades, I think is a trust asset, thanks to which the current state of bilateral relations remains very strong. In his 1996 seminal work, Trust, the Social Virtues and the Creation of Prosperity, Francis Fukuyama contends that in an era when social capital may be as important as physical capital, only those societies with a high degree of social trust will be able to create the flexible, large-scale business organizations to compete in the new global economy. Applied widely in international politics, for any meaningful value to be created bilaterally between two countries or more, it must be leavened with reciprocity, moral obligation, and duty toward fellow mankind, combinedly forming the concept of trust. Let me give you one poignant example of the fruit of our mutual trust. Last year, our two countries have demonstrated to the world a mutually beneficial partnership in tackling the COVID-19 crisis. More than 100,000 COVID-19 test kits and masks worth $300,000 produced in Korea reached Morocco via special flights, thanks to His Majesty Mohammed VI's generous gesture, by which 216 Korean nationals stranded in Morocco could safely return to Korea. Second, we have meaningful success stories at crucial moments of our two countries. My embassy recently uncovered previously unknown page of our shared history. We discovered at least 26 Moroccan servicemen in the French battalion who fought and sacrificed themselves during the Korean War between 1950 and 53. This work is still ongoing, and we'll be happy to report to you in more details during our National Day ceremony on November 15th, to which you are all invited. During the Green March of 1975, it was a Korean company, Daewoo, who helped equip and close the marchers in Morocco's struggle toward decolonization. 70% of the world's phosphate reserve sits in Morocco. It was the Korean companies, Daewoo Construction and Samsung C&T, that built and turned over the main fertilizer factories to OCP in the Jorf Lasfar in 2016 and 2017, respectively. What do we lack? In my view, there are three main ones. We lack geographical proximity and cultural or linguistic similarity, and we seem to be in want of strategic interests, or do we? There is 11,697.38 kilometers of land and waters between Seoul and Rabat. While it would be swell to have Morocco as our neighbor, we cannot be choosy. Korean and Arabic are known to be the two most difficult languages of the planet to learn for an English speaker. I have never seen any credible academic studies done on measuring the linguistic distance between Korea and Arabic, but I assume it is quite far. It is true both Korea and Morocco trade more with their respective neighbor and feel culturally comfortable with those countries close to us, culturally and geographically. But is this the full picture? Korean Wave, or Hallyu of late, makes Moroccan youth sing along to K-pop music. Korean dramas are subject of daily conversation in the remotest villages of Morocco. The technology also rendered physical distance less limiting. More than 7 out of 10 college entrance exam takers in Korea choose Arabic as a second foreign language. Of course, this doesn't mean that Korean youth would flock to Morocco and speak to you in fluent Arabic. Rather, it is a strategic decision for the students to score high and get an upper hand over others in brutally competitive educational environment in Korea. Strategic interest is one having great and long-term importance. For Korea, the more traditional thinking dictates that the country to ensure peace and unification of the Korean Peninsula. Having built the world's 10th largest economy and commensurate with the upgrade in national power and international status, we are witnessing surging need and demand for rethinking and expanding our traditional strategic interest out of the peninsula. This is answered in part by the recent speech by our President Yoon Suk-yeol before the United Nations General Assembly, in which he said, the Republic of Korea will protect and expand the freedom of global citizens. And together with the United Nations, we will fulfill our responsibilities to promote peace and prosperity around the world. Morocco, in its part, is seeking peace and integration of its territorial sovereignty while pursuing South-South cooperation with Africa and realignment with partners in the European Union and beyond. What we lack so far is thus the strategic thinking to come up with any meaningful and durable strategy. As a French Army officer and military strategist, André Beaufort, said strategic thinking is a mental process of analysis to assemble the data or finding the dots, as well as that of synthesis, to synthesize data or connecting the dots. I will stop here, and I look forward to hearing from the speakers to find and connect the dots for us in the coming hours. Thank you. Merci. Shukran. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with the first session of the conference, Korea and Morocco Economic Relationship and Agendas for Further Cooperation in Africa.
His Excellency, Mr. President, dear panelists, welcome our audience, welcome to this event. I'm Abdelaziz Eitali, and I'm glad and honored to be your moderator for the next session that will tackle the Korean and Moroccan economic relationship and agenda for further cooperation in Africa. So I expect this is the opportunity to seek the complementarity and synergies between our two countries, and to cross also the views of our speakers, and also for the mutual benefit, but also for the benefit of the African continent. So Korea, when we talk about Korea, the first thing that comes to our mind as a developing country is the economic miracle of this country, its capacity to climb the development ladder swiftly, and for most, its capacity to escape the famous middle income trap. So it's about technology, it's about human capital, the very eclectic industrial policy that has been implemented with this country. So researchers have documented all, I would say, the ingredients, but it has been very difficult for other countries to replicate the same model. So there is also this secret component and ingredient of this success. On the other hand, the Moroccan economy is a developing economy that actually succeeded in the last 2 or 3 decades to diversify its economy. According to some metrics, we are one of the most diversified, if not the most diversified country here in Africa. We've been also able to anchor our economic model in Africa. We are one of the most important investors in the continent. So Morocco is in the way of putting a new economic model, and I think the Korean experience would be very beneficial for the Moroccan case. And to discuss this, we have a very interesting panel. Mr. Jen Jae-wook, who is a professor and graduate school of international studies from the University of Sogang. Mr. Saf, who is a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. Mr. Kanman Soo, who is the head of Africa and the Middle East team at the Korean Institute of Economic Policy. And Mr. Jaidi, who is a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. So without any further ado, I give the floor to our first panelist, and I will stick to the program. So Mr. Wook, the floor is yours.
Good morning. So I am Jae-wook Jung, professor of international. Okay, so I'd like to start my presentation with a few snapshots of bilateral economic the relationship between the two countries, and then I'd like to introduce the method, which is called the product-based analysis from the development economics, to show how the diversity of the trade is important for two countries, and then I hope to suggest a few the policy suggestions for the sustainable economic partnerships between the two countries. Okay, let me first give in the macro snapshots of the economic relationship between the two countries. So as of last year, the Morocco is the third largest trade partner of Korea in North African regions, the next Egypt and Algeria. And the Morocco export the mainly copper, textile, and power, the fisher products and electronic circuit to Korea. So while imports and cars and parts and fuels, the machinery, steel, and fabrics from Korea. So even during the COVID pandemic period, the export of the Morocco to Korea has increased. So the Morocco's export to Korea was about $200 the last year. The value of the Korea export to Morocco is around the 500 million US dollar in 2016, but it is currently staying around 300 million over. So the major trading partners of the Morocco are the European countries. So the relative, yeah. So the Morocco's products that took a portion about the 0.5%, but toward the Korean imports in the 2019. And the Korea took about the 1% of the import share of Morocco in the 2019. Okay. And a few recent projects in Morocco expanded the Korea out to the Morocco the 2020. There's no investment owing to the COVID-19 pandemic. So, recently the export basket of the Morocco to Korea has been more diversified. So I will show the kind of the graph to show how the Morocco's export are diversified in the global market, and I will talk about that the diversity is related to the development of the Morocco. Okay, so to do so, I'd like to introduce the products-based analysis. So what is the probability and the statistical method from the development economics? Basically, the economic strategies that we trade has been developed with contrast between the import, the substitutions, and the export, the diversifications. So the products-based analysis is kind of a statistical theory of choosing strategic sectors, okay, so of export and productions, so to help the economic development. Okay. So it suggests focusing on the producing products, so that will give a higher the so-called opportunity gains for economic development. So and maybe the easy to explain. So the statements with some figures. Okay, so this is a kind of the map to show how products are connected to each other. So on the product space. So the product space can be described with the nodes and lines on the map. So each node describe the product. They are categorized by several industries with different colors. And each line, they connect the two nodes so with the similarity and the closeness between the products. So it is a bit different from the sector similarity, so like the value chains of products. So it is more like some connection of the information so that is needed to produce each product. Okay? So the key concept is that if one country so already attains the information or knowledge to produce some products, then what products will be next based on this the product information, the development. Okay, so let me pick a car as an example. So suppose that Korea produce a car with international competitiveness, so then this product is closely related to the lifting machines, iron springs, and some rubber products, vehicle parts or safety glass, and so on. Okay, so yes, the Korea also has international competitiveness in some of the connected product. So each product has different connectedness. Okay, so let me compare the car to the lifting machines. Okay. So if a product has more connections to other products, so we can say it is more complex to produce. So this circle describes how lifting machinery products is related to other products in terms of the statistical probability. So you can see more connections with other the products than car has, okay, such as the paints, the plastic sheeting or rock wool, some the fibers, okay, on some textile. Okay. So each connections between the product is based on the probabilities that one country that export product A, for instance, car, so with international competitiveness, and also export product B, so like a lifting machinery, so with international competitiveness. So that we can analyze how each country's export is diversified with this, the product space tree. And this graph that shows the product space of the Morocco in the 2020. So as you can see, the Morocco has the international competitiveness in many the products. So for instance, the insulated electric wire that described by the light blue circle on the right, and cars and parts, the dark blue in the middle, and the fertilizers, the purple dot, and some, the fruit. Okay, so there are, several yellow dots, and the textile and apparel that describe in the green on the right-hand side. Okay? So for instance, so the largest export of the Morocco, so the insulated wire, for instance, so it is connected with the textile and apparel products, which is described in the green on the right. So that's the Morocco already attained the international competitiveness. Okay? But this insulated wire is also related to some, the tanks or, the article of the cement, some aluminum bars, some, other electronic products. So where Morocco does not the competitiveness yet. Okay? So we can measure this how much, each country has the diversity, more complex the product, okay, which is the economic complexity index. So it can be considered as like the amount of knowledge, okay, contained in the country's the productions. Okay. So among those African countries, the Morocco take a kind of the middle, the ranking in the regions. So the gross national incomes per capita are quite similar across the country. So why the Morocco's position is kind of the middle, even the Morocco stands the high tech the products. So this is the export basket of the Morocco. Okay? So when we consider the product competitiveness, so the green products like a car are improving the economic complexity index of the Morocco. Okay? It is worth pointing out the major export product of the Morocco right now, so like an insulated electric wire, some textile and apparel products, and fertilizers. So these are the kind of the behind the current economic complexity status of the Morocco. So due to the interest of time, so I will skip the list of detailed products and industries for Morocco. But basically, the key the takeaway from this analysis is that the main products that the Morocco will be likely to have an international competitiveness in the near future. So are actually in the Korea hold the international competitiveness right now. So this might be a hint for the partnership between the two countries. Okay. So let me quickly wrap up my talks with some policy recommendations. Okay. So first, the two countries they should expand their bilateral trade, so not only in terms of size, but also with more variety. Okay. So the two countries have already a diverse export basket overall, but the size and the variety of the bilateral trades has been a little bit limited. And those sectors are also great for the tripartite cooperations with other African countries. And also the Morocco can be a great investment partner for Korea. So the Morocco is the top country in the Middle East and the North African regions in terms of the World Bank's doing business index, kind of the package of the incentive as well as the matching partnerships between entrepreneurs from two countries for investment would help the export the diversification strategies. And also, as we have heard from the key speakers, so both countries have the great regional market access, which means that we can work as a regional hub or gateway for each other. Okay, so the kind of the trade agreement strategy so also need to change. So the both countries just do have some the limited the size of the market. Okay, that the opening market to each other itself may not have much impact. But trade is closely related to the foreign investment. So especially I wanted to emphasize the complementarity between our two countries, so not the substitutability. So both Korea and Morocco have the FTA with the European Union or the United States. Okay? So it means that both economies are well open already. Okay? So the trade agreements between the two countries can start from the conditions already agreed with the US or the EU. Okay? And also it might be great to consider some sustainability or inclusiveness, okay, in the trade agreements because both countries have some the issues due to the free trade. Okay? So the recent Korean initiative for the sustainable trade and foreign aid for trade might be the great opportunity for the Morocco. Okay, so let me stop here. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jen, for this. Thank you, Mr. Jen, for this policy-oriented presentation, pointing out to concrete examples of collaboration between our two countries. So I'll move straight forward to our next panelist, Mr. Saf.
Ça va. Je vais intervenir en français. Donc, si vous voulez bien prendre la traduction. Cette journée maroco-sud-coréenne coïncide avec la sortie.
This day coincides
il y a 2 semaines que
So it's been 2 weeks that this paper was published on the website of the PCNS on South Korea and the Maghreb. As such, this will allow me to take maybe a little less time and to introduce the ideas, the main ideas that are in this paper, whose full text is available in about 40 pages on the website.
I also kindly requested that a few copies be made available to our guests of this seminar paper that has been published 2 weeks ago. In this study, I have highlighted the attractiveness of South Korea for the 5 countries of the Maghreb region, namely Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Mauritania, and the South Korean initiatives and policy, while highlighting the high moments of South Korea's cooperation and exemplary relations with the countries of the region, which of course pertains to the various geostrategic, political and economic trajectories and policies of South Korea, which is all intrinsically related to South Korea's contemporary history. So the large-scale patterns of the South Korean policy, but also to what extent the Maghrebian or Maghreb states have been receptive to those policies. The Moroccan-South Korean relations have to do with the South Korean policy within the MENA region, where we have, between the Mashrek and the Maghreb, some significant differences in terms of the position of the Mashrek part, that is the eastern oriental part. So the figures, statistics, and data are all included in the paper, so I'm not gonna bother you with this. So it is crystal clear that the Mashrek's position is predominant and outweighs that of the Maghreb. However, the Maghreb still occupies a significant position on the South Korean agenda. So the Arab region in general and the position of the Maghreb region in this broader perspective that includes Arab and African and Maghreb countries in general. There is also the other point of entry, which has to do with South Korea's relations to Africa, starting with the recognition of the various principles and then boosting the economic relations with Africa while taking into consideration the various fora that involve the various states and those that involve civil society organizations, CSOs. As you know, so by 1960, 1961, South Korea was isolated because of the antagonistic relation of South Korea and North Korea. And all the countries that had relations with North Korea did not have partnerships with South Korea. There was a crystal clear position from the very beginning. And this is how this doctrine has been reproduced even on the African continent. Whenever an African state would recognize North Korea, this would systematically imply that South Korea was not going to have any relations with this specific state. Between 1960 and 1961, so this doctrine was overwhelming, and this was pursued until the 70s, with the end of the Third Republic, what we call in South Korea the Third Republic. In the wake of all this, there was a change in the doctrine. So in as much as a state could have relations with North Korea, but that was no longer a reason why South Korea would not have any relation with this specific state. It is this dialectic of recognition that played a pivotal role from the very beginning. And the more we moved forward, the more the economic dynamics would take over and have the upper hand, to the extent of reaching out the stage we've reached out to today. Please note that in relation to Maghreb countries, Algeria did have relations with North Korea, which hampered any kind of relations to exist with Algeria on the South Korean part. Libya, in the person of late Colonel Gaddafi, did expect a lot from North Korea, namely nuclear weapons, and you name it, and Mauritania as well. Morocco and Tunisia remain more or less the same, even if Morocco does have older historical secular relations with South Korea, relations that were characterized coherently by stability, relations that were significantly promoted over the past 2 decades. There was also the dark decade in Algeria, the fact that Libya was quarantined for some time. So 2 points of entry: the Arab world versus Africa. I would like to further highlight 5 main remarks, first of which has to do with the fact that the development of the relations between South Korea and Maghreb do take after the same dynamics that characterize the relations with Russia, China, and the EU. So all those superpowers, quote unquote, seem to be pursuing the same quest, economic expansion of strategic partnerships in the cooperation around development, widening the geostrategic deployment at a global level, and there are cross-cutting objectives with a view to further consolidating those superpowers. South Korea, with its cumulative strengths, resources, does consecrate its position globally through the relations it does have with the countries of the region. Secondly, the relations of South Korea with the region are part and parcel of geostrategic dynamics while being present in a sensitive geopolitical area, namely North Africa, through bilateral relations without overlooking civil society, but also through relations with the Arab world and Africa, as I pointed out to earlier. Thirdly, so for 2 more minutes, I need some 2 more minutes, if you don't mind. Please give me 2 more minutes. Each Maghreb country does have its own assets, but also limitations through the dialectic of cooperation and conflicts. Algeria is trying to catch up in the wake of its dark decade. Libya is trying to catch up the fact that it was under embargo and that it was quarantined, and also getting out of the crisis implied by the post-Arab Spring, while Tunisia is still in quest of finding out its equilibrium and balance after and in the wake of the Jasmine revolution. From a conflict perspective, the civil Libyan region makes of the region a sensitive one, but at the same time, it's not a repulsive one, quote unquote, and that's indeed the conclusion we could draw for the whole region. The various tensions at the level of the state and at the level of society are important. They constitute an area of concern. However, they do not make the interest in the region make of the latter a repulsive one, quote unquote. Neither does the Sahara conflict in the south of Morocco, all along with the absence of integration. Fourthly, for the Maghreb countries, what matters most is not to let the other Maghreb countries be the sole ones to optimize the resources, the benefits that such a relation could imply through highlighting the attractiveness of the region. And the 3 countries do have the same discourse and adopt it, be it Algeria and Tunisia as well. So all the countries that fall under what we call Central Maghreb. Fifthly, and that's my last point, so even in the internal discourse, so there is this quest to demonstrate that at some point authoritarianism was needed in order to access the economic expansion and to gain this geostrategic respect at a global level, and South Korea has democratized itself. So both democracy and authoritarianism are both used by all countries. So remember, for Ben Ali in Tunisia, there was a kind of model to be emulated. He kept saying, we are following the South Korean model, and that was a model that was sought to be emulated by our own political elites as well. So either highlighting authoritarianism as a vector of development and the democratic dimension concomitantly. Thank you for your kind attention, and I apologize for having exceeded the time allocated to me. Thank you, Mr. Saaf, for this geostrategic overview for better understanding of the existing relations between South Korea and Morocco, while contextualizing all this against the Maghreb landscape. Without further ado, I make it over to Mr. Khan Mansour.
Nice to meeting you. I'm Munsu Kang from Kiev, and thank you for inviting us for the seminar. So, could you turn on the presentation slide? Okay. So today I will talk about the food security in North Africa and the cooperation between Korea and Morocco about the agricultural sector. So, as everyone knows, the Russia and Ukraine war has exacerbated the food and energy security in global world, including North Africa and Korea. And because of the high food price and the shortage of food, many of the vulnerable groups has threatened by the food insecurity problem. However, the import dependency of the North African countries has been increased since 2020, because one problem is because of the COVID-19 and another problem is because of the climate change. So even these days, some MENA countries is suffered from the high prices of the cereals, but the government of Morocco provided much of the subsidies for the Moroccan people, so the inflation rate was not very high compared to other countries. So let me tell you about the production of the African countries. So especially if we look at the North African countries, the production volume of the 2022 is expected to decrease by 16.4% compared to 2021. And one reason is that just in 2021, the production volume was very high compared to even 2020. But so in 2021, it is expected to come to the normal phase. But the food import in the Morocco, I found that in 2022 to 2023, the cereal imports of Morocco is expected to increase by 35%. And this is because of the drought problem in North Africa, including Morocco. So even though the population growth rate in Morocco is around 1.2% annually, the problem is because of the drought, the government of Morocco is preparing for the shortage of the cereal, and it is expected to import more. So there are also other countries, including like Egypt, Algeria, and Tunisia. And I've seen that except the GCC countries, if we look at the food import dependency of MENA countries in between 2015 to 2019, Yemen was the highest. And then there was also Jordan, Libya, and Lebanon, Algeria, and Egypt. But even Morocco is importing 60% of the wheat for the domestic consumption. So if you look at the figure in the left-hand side, it is about the wheat and products. And sorry. So in the figure where the red arrow is, it is located for the Morocco. So the import, so the supply of the wheat for the Morocco is not very high compared to Egypt or other countries like Algeria. And also for the import dependency, it's not very high compared to other countries, but still it is needed for the preparation for the cereal shortage. And even for the corn and the products, the import dependency of Morocco is very high. So for the food inflation in June 2022, I've seen that some countries in African countries, including like Rwanda and Burkina Faso, those are located in the sub-Saharan Africa, the inflation rate was around between 20 to 30%, and some Arab countries, including like Lebanon and Iran and Turkey, the food inflation rate was more than 90%. And I found that the food inflation rate of Morocco was around 8%. It was not very high because, as I told you, the government provided the subsidies for the people. And because of these subsidies, the government, the Morocco has succeeded to control the inflation of the food. But the problem is if the Russia-Ukraine war continues longer, then there could be some threat for the instability in the region, because between 2008 and 2011, as everyone knows, that there was lots of conflict in North African countries, and because of this reason, even Morocco was there in 2011. So even though nowadays the situation is very stable here in Morocco, it is needed to prepare. Let me talk about the climate, because the climate is the biggest problem nowadays in North African countries, including Morocco. So if you look at the temperature and rainfall, the northern area is Rabat and Morocco, so where there are the farmlands located. And the temperature nowadays and the precipitation nowadays is very stable, but the problem is the temperature is increasing and the precipitation is unpredictable nowadays. And another problem for the Morocco, I've seen that most of the important areas are located in the coastal area, and the problem for the climate change is the increasing level of the sea level. And another problem is about the salinization of the water and the soil. So we need some preparation for this. And I've seen that forestation of the Morocco has been succeeded because Moroccan government is expanding the forest size. So it's very successful, but still because of the climate change, the forest size in some area is decreasing. So for the global responses in for the developing countries, it's not especially for the North Africa or Morocco, but FAO suggested a precision agriculture and fund for the food import financing, so for the food import countries. And even WTO, from the last MC12 meeting, they agreed to exempting the food from export by the WFP for the humanitarian purposes. But let me check time. Let me say about the prospects of the future. The one problem is that the fertilizer price is increasing. So compared to July of the 2021, this year of July, the price of the fertilizer has been doubled. So it means like for the fertilizer importing countries, those have the burden and the cost of the production will be increased. And one more problem is that licensing for China and Russian companies, they need licensing if they want to export their fertilizer, and it's around 20% of the fertilizer for the world. Another problem could be the production failure in Ukraine. So as everyone knows, because of the war, farmers are supposed to plant the wheat this year around August and September, but many of them failed with their business. And for next year, we have to see if how much of the production will be decreased or increased for the Ukraine. And if the production is changed for the Ukraine, for the wheat importing countries, it can be a threat for those issues. And another issue is about the climate change. And this is the case of the East African countries, because the East African countries nowadays suffers from the drought. But if we look at the North Africa already suffered from the drought, including Morocco. So because of this reason, the wheat import of North African countries, even before the war, already has been increased. And I've seen that, as I told you, the import volume of the Morocco is expected to be increased by 35% for all cereal crops. So one suggestion for the cooperation is that because Morocco has launched many strategies for the green, so there can be some area where we can cooperate bilaterally. So one area could be agroforestry, and another can be climate smart agriculture and the early warning system, and also there can be some areas for the R&D for the heat resistant seeds. And even the water management is becoming more important with the desalination problem. So this can be one area we can cooperate, but it is not limited to the bilateral cooperation because there can be some areas of the cooperation for the South-South cooperation because the Moroccan government already launched many of the strategies for the green. So like green generation strategy and green Morocco plan is the national plan, so we can cooperate together. So there could be more discussion about the food problem, but one point that I want to emphasize is about the food reserves, because Korean government is already cooperating with China, Japan, and some Southeast Asian countries, and it is called ASEAN +3, and they have the emergency for the reserves, and it is mostly focused on the rice. But I think there can be more room to expand the cooperation between Morocco and Korea for the food reserves, so we can prepare for the food shortage. And this is all for me. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Khan, for bringing to the table this existential issue, which is the food security, especially in this context. As you know, Morocco have been through the last year one of the severe droughts. Heat waves have been exceptional. Agricultural value added have fallen with almost 18%, and the demand for cereal has increased. So this is extremely important to tackle this issue and also to bring some of the potential collaboration between our two countries. So, Mr. Jaidi, the floor is yours for your presentation.
C'est bon? C'est bon pour le passage? Non, je parle enfin du PowerPoint. Bien, en attendant donc la projection du PowerPoint, l'introduction sur le thème que j'ai choisi, c'est-à-dire l'expérience de l'industrie automobile sud-coréenne et quel enseignement on peut tirer pour l'Afrique. Je crois que vous l'avez dit, c'est Aitali.
In Africa, as Mrs. Aitali said, in the literature on South Korea, so the experience in the automotive industry, South Korean automotive industry. So there we have heard that there are many factors that have constituted what we call the Korean miracle. And based on that, how Africa and the countries of the South may reproduce or replicate the Korean miracle, all proportions guarded. I think that in this series of articles, there are 7 or 8 variables that are very important factors. The role of the state as a major player and the strategy, the long-term vision of that development, the role of human capital and education, which is fundamental, the mastery of technology through training and technology acquisition, the mastery of openness on the world, which is a major factor as well, and the capacity of negotiation of the Korean state, of Korean players with the rest of the world, be it countries or other groupings, and the emergence of world champions in Korea. So this set is the basis of the success of Korea. And the automotive industry is a symbol of this success based on these factors. Now, can Africa be inspired from these factors to succeed in its structural transformation? And what would be the role of cooperation between Africa and South Korea to not only transfer technology, but transfer experiences at large? So To that end, we need to see what is the situation in the automotive industry, because it is a major factor for restructuring our economies in the Arab world. Let us have a look on the automotive industry in Africa, which offers a great potential. A lot of countries have launched many strategies of cooperation with the rest of the world, with the acquisition of some technologies, but the production in Africa in the automotive sector is still quite low. Roughly merely 1 million. Korea is 4 million automobiles produced locally, and much more around the world. This production in Africa relates to two main countries, South Africa and Morocco, and some intermediary countries like Egypt and other emerging countries. So the experiences here are heterogeneous with regards to the integration of that technology. But there is a common element between all these experiences. All automotive industries in Africa are driven by international makers. There is no African make, if I may say so, so that we may master the sector. The automotive industry development in Africa oscillates between international actors and local players as well, with the rise of some countries, and there is a potential future risk. Why? Because maybe we are in a peripheral position. There is a limitation to the transfer of technology. The strategic decisions are made outside our countries, and the technical aptitudes are quite limited. What are the challenges that Africa is facing in the automotive sector, and to which Korea may contribute? The automotive industry, so there are four main challenges. The first, the positioning in terms of makes, basic makes. The electrical car, for example, and there is a weak positioning in the international supply chain, a market that is quite heterogeneous in terms of regulations, in terms of imports and used cars, and an insufficiency of the integration of the sector. The African businesses are, their integration is quite low in the international supply chain. And also the exchange, the barriers to trade are also a point in case. The construction of an integrated African market is a current topic today. And at the same time, we need to seize the opportunities of the transformation of the world economy towards new kinds of cars, like hybrid cars. The industry today has a what would I say an aligned positioning. There's a strong growth of eco-friendly cars with very low emissions, hydrogen cars, electric cars, strong investment in R&D, a strong support by the state, and the investment by the private sector in research, and the capacity of creating what we would call autonomous cars or car cities. What are the teachings we may draw from this experience? The Korean state has built its autonomy by using a certain number of policy tools, the role of the state, and the mastery of technology above all. This policy was built on two variables, or two main axes in the long term. A progressive construction, as well as what I would call the external expansion. So in the Korea adopted many laws to protect its industry. The launching of a program for scaling up the industry. In '74, the adoption of measures to promote the long-term development of the automotive industry, as well as in Morocco, and the management of the external expansion, how to protect the internal market while expanding outside, and how to attract investment and negotiate with foreign investments as part of joint ventures, the openness to foreign investment, and a technological policy that is quite important because we need to get ownership of that industry. The teaching of this experience, once again, a dynamics of technology acquisition. I will not dwell on this aspect. The expansion of the industrial fabric, behaviors towards new behaviors towards science, towards employment as well. These are essential factors that allowed and were enabled by a negotiated relationship between players to come out of the external dependency and to master the sinews of war, meaning technology. Based on this experience, the Korean experience, and South Korea stands out when we compare it to other countries like Turkey or other countries by the make effect, I should say, and the mastery of technology. What teachings should we draw for the future cooperation between us? The presence of the South Korean presence is based on 4 or 5 elements. The commercial presence. Morocco is a case in point. The Korean cars and makes are present in North Africa, in East Africa and other parts as well, but also the integration in subcontracting sector. Some Korean businesses got a foothold in Morocco, in Tangiers more particularly. So this brings about ecosystems, as well as the penetration by the constructors, which is limited to some areas, and which is not only based on the mastery of technology, but also the assembly capacity of some countries. Senegal, for example, is an emerging country in the automotive sector in relation with Korea. And also the training of human resources. Morocco has adopted many training programs of executives in the automotive sector in relation with Korea. Our ambition, to my mind, we need to strengthen progressively this presence, this rise in the supply chain or the value chain. We should not limit ourselves to cooperation in the realm of natural resources. The Korean vice president in the Seoul forum said that Africa is endowed with a lot of natural resources, and we are expanding our automotive industry, and we need those resources. I think we need to go further. And our cooperation should not be limited to natural resources, but should integrate technology and technology transfer. And I think that today, what is happening in South Korea may be a source of inspiration for the creation of new sectors or new fields of cooperation, namely the fact that Korea is the 7th country in terms of innovation around the world. with massive investments in data, in networks, in artificial intelligence, robotics, etc. The Korean state is massively investing in electrical cars, in the strategies of the construction of low-emission cars. The hydrogen economy is one of the most important sectors or initiatives in South Korea, and the mobility of hydrogen, the application of the hydrogen technology to car making. Morocco is one of the countries that has stressed the importance of energy efficiency and the green transition. We need to also to be very strongly engaged in the hydrogen sector and shift towards a more valorizing cooperation that goes beyond the natural resources or finished products, to have structuring projects for Africa and for the future of our cooperation between Morocco and Korea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaidi, for explaining the success of the Korean model. And now I would like to give the floor to our first discussant, Mr. Di Wong Sun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am very much pleased to participate in this seminar, which deals with South Korea and Morocco's economic relations and bilateral cooperation. Before I get to the main point, I would like to share one piece of good news for our two countries. I'm a big fan of football. Congratulations on Morocco's qualification in the World Cup in Qatar this winter. The South Korean national team is also going to Qatar. Although we are not playing each other on the group match, I hope that both countries will advance to the round of 16. I checked the tournament table and found that we might play each other in the quarter final. I will be very glad to see that happen. Well, turning to some comments on today's presentation. Firstly, Dr. Jung's presentation, which used a very sophisticated theoretical and empirical models, that gave us a very useful prediction and implication on the bilateral trade between Morocco and South Korea in terms of trade size and variety. Starting with variety, Dr. Chung predicts that there is trade potential in sectors like steel, chemical, and machinery, and in some new technology sectors such as ICT, medical, and renewable energy sectors. Some of them are already mentioned by Mr. JD. I think there's some common things in it. The trade volume of these sectors are generally income elastic. This is economic jargon, which means that as national income grows up, trade volume also tends to grow up, generally more than proportionally. So we can say that the variety of the trade potential between the two countries are very favorable for the size of the trade, the bilateral trade between the two countries. You can expect the volume, trade volume, to grow up as long as the economies of the two countries grow. However, in order to realize the potentials, we need various incentive policies to enhance the efficiency of free trade system. In that sense, FTA between Morocco and Korea is an option. Of course, as Mr. Saf said, we should consider the political, geopolitical, and strategic situation of these North African countries. Maybe we can find some breakthrough to negotiate, through negotiation, the FTA. Also, as Mr. JD says, it is very important to develop our economy that the government, the state, should play a very important role. In Korean case, the basic principle is this. The state, the government, try to incentivize economic players to enhance the efficiency of the market. Otherwise, the government role cannot get the cannot succeed. So there is a very important principle is to have the market principle. Of course, in trade system, we have to try the same principle. So the FTA system, FTA between Korea and Morocco could be negotiated considering the particular situation of North African condition, as well as the free market principle. I think that's the most important point we have to pursue. Now, on food security issues, Dr. Kang presented an excellent overview on food security on this region, providing very important information on current situation and future policy direction. If I add a few words, to secure the food security, we need to increase domestic production or to find some other import sources. To increase domestic production, we need to improve agricultural technology. I think this is a very important area where Korea and North African countries can cooperate with each other. To increase import sources, we need to have options in peacetime. For that, North African countries perhaps could consider to import more from South Asian countries, or North America, or South America, perhaps. I think Morocco is well situated for this point, geographically and politically. Thank you.
So thanks, Mr. Lee, for your presentation. Mr. Walalo, si vous pouvez prendre la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je crois que quand les Marocains pensent à la Corée du Sud et au rapport entre nos deux pays depuis 60 ans, ils se rappellent qu'il y a 60 ans, les deux pays avaient à peu près le même niveau de développement. Il est vrai qu'en dehors de l'effort interne,
the internal efforts made, the domestic efforts made by Koreans, while both countries are part of spaces that have very different economic dynamics. South Korea is first and foremost, Asia, and we are rather in a space where there's a little more inertia, both due to the fact our proximity to Europe and Africa, and naturally, when I think back to the presentations made by the my different fellow panelists, the Moroccans recall that the South Korean economy experienced two phases. First, it was an export-based economy, just like the Four Dragons, based on a low-cost labor force, and became a more diversified and complex economy. In fact, become one of the strongest economies. And from this point, Moroccans can indeed draw 4 lessons from this South Korean experience. The first is the success of the synergy between the state and the private sector, what we call the Shale. The second is the transition from a political centralization system to a pluralist system from politically speaking. Third is the interference between the geopolitical aspect and the geoeconomical aspect. This interference that we tend to note all throughout Asia. And finally, the main factor for the attention paid to training and education in South Korea. On this basis, and I would like to comment on these 2 presentations, or even the 3, it's very important to think about our relations by considering the current constraints, namely that of Ukraine, this food security issue, but also with respect to energy. And on this basis, any reflection on our relationship needs to reflect on who we are. South Korea is an economy that's part of the OECD. It's part of a dynamic Asian space, and we have the ambition of playing this important role as a gateway between Europe and Africa around the Mediterranean. And on this basis, from a bilateral standpoint, I would like to turn back to the presentation made by Mr. Shaidi. What's important for us is that the investors and the companies from South Korea, to be able to help or support Morocco in the interest that it's granted for the past 15 to 20 years to what we like to call these global trades: automotive, aeronautics, and today, renewable energy. And what I note here is the presence of South Korean companies is not so prevalent compared to Japanese companies, for instance, in the manufacturers that operate in the automotive or aeronautics sector. The second point which is the relationship, the topic of our meeting today is our economic relationship and the relationship that we have that would allow us to develop triangular relations. And I think here that Morocco's asset is its wealth in terms of fertilizers and the interest of Africa, I mean, in terms of food security and to ensure the current and future demographic growth. And I think this is a great topic that we could work on together in an approach that both concerns the Asian and African space, and that also concerns Morocco as a large producer of fertilizers, mainly, and how Korea can also contribute to this. So for logistics, and with Tangemed and the port that we have there, Morocco definitely has many possibilities that it can offer to leading Asian economic powers, China, Japan, but Korea too. And so here, there is a great possibility for Korea to come closer to Africa, given the logistical potentialities that Morocco presents. And the third is obviously energy and renewable energy in particular. And here there is really a huge potential for us to work together on our African continent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Waladou, for having showcased these three sectors that can be serve as relays for cooperation between both of our countries. Now we'd like to open up the discussion with our audience. If you have any questions or comments that you'd like to share, Madam. Thank you, Honorable Moderator, and I'd like to thank all of the eminent panelists for their brilliant contributions. I would like to ask a question to my colleague, Mr. Saaf, on the Maghreb and the Mashreq. And what struck me is that we know the reality of the Maghreb in the sense that there is no actual Maghreb as an economic entity. And I would like to know how this relationship is quantified as far as its contribution to the economic level compared to the Mashreq. If you could maybe shed some light on this particular issue. Thank you very much. Mr. Rizrazi. So, thank you.
I guess that Korea has tried to introduce many projects or models related to rice industry or rice agriculture in some African countries. I guess that the Malawi project, either with Japan or with Korea, was very successful. We think, I mean, the Korean model of rural development. You don't think, and I guess that the last summit of Korea-Africa forum focused on the Axe 5 on enhancing agriculture project. Do you think that it is time maybe to negotiate with partners mainly in the northern part of Africa to introduce the rice model? Because I guess it's just cultural issue. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll take two other questions and then we'll move to the panel.
Yes, thank you all for your very interesting presentations. I actually have two questions. The first one would be about Korea's own food security, because notably Japan is known to be very reliant on food imports. But I believe I had read a few years ago that Korea was also acquiring agricultural land abroad. So I was wondering how this was treated at the Korean level. Knowing that there can be some tensions in some African countries about the acquisition of land by countries, notably Gulf countries recently. And the other question, I remember once Professor Saf mentioned the necessity to beware of mounting or of claiming to be too powerful too fast. And I saw that recently there are some dialogues on tech issues between the United States and Korea. So after having escaped the middle income trap, is Korea falling into some sort of very advanced country trap, something like this? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Akram. So I think we'll move to the panel. So Mr. Saf for the first question.
Oui, il n'y a pas de... C'est vrai, le Maghreb, surtout par les temps qui courent, c'est une idée qui...
And the current circumstances, the Maghreb experiences weaknesses, however, so there is perseverance and stamina in the Maghreb region, despite various indicators. Now, how could we gauge or measure the weight of existing relations with the Mashraq, the eastern part, versus the existing relations with the Maghreb? So if my understanding of the question is correct, so there are various quantitative indicators, including imports and exports from Korea, bilateral trade regarding strategic products, energy, industries, you name it. There are various elements that could allow for gauging and assessing existing relations with the Arab world, more between the Arab world and Korea. And we can see that there is a discrepancy here in terms of energy imports. So, also when it comes to exports, they become more significant with other parts of the world than they are with the Maghreb. So there are indicators in order to assess existing differences. And the Maghreb, for our external partners, such as Russia, there is something called the Maghreb, an entity composed of some countries, this country plus this country plus this country. This, of course, does not entail that we are necessarily in a regional integration process. The Maghreb is perceived as a strategic zone from outside, period. Now, the various constitutive elements of this or countries of the region do have an altogether different approach. And that's what we actually see de facto.
So to the question raised by Mr. Lazazi.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. For the rice project in North Africa, let me explain first about what Korea is doing in Africa. So there are several organizations in Korea, and one of the projects cooperating with Africa is the rice project in Senegal, because the West African countries, they are consuming much of the rice, and they want to increase their productivity. So because of this reason, there's one agency called KOICA, and this is kind of development agency. They are cooperating with Senegal to improve the rice productivity. In the case of the North Africa, I don't know exactly how much of the consumption for the rice is the proportion of the food consumption, but basically rice production needs much of the water, and always the irrigation is a problem. So based on the climate condition in North Africa, we have to see, because the Rural Development Agency in Korea, which is under the Ministry of Agriculture, they are doing some research projects in several African countries. And as I know, there are no project in North Africa, but I think there could be some research cooperation between North African countries. So because they are scientists, they know about what can be done in research area. And another thing for the food security in Korea is that actually food dependency rate of Korea is around 80%. So it means like, except the rice, Korea is importing every types of the cereals, including the corn and wheat and barley, etc. So the Korean government tried to expand the land abroad. So there were several projects, including in South America, one in Madagascar, and many projects in Russia, because the northeastern area of the Russia, they have much of the barren land, and Korea has succeeded to acquire some lands in the northeastern Russia, and they are producing some crops. But the problem is, because of the Russian-Ukraine war, Russia is restricted to export the crops from the Russia to abroad. So nowadays it's not very useful. But still there are some debates in Korea why either we have to increase the food and dependency rate, but the production cost of producing some corn or wheat is more expensive than importing those crops from abroad. So rather, what Korean government is doing is they are trying to diversify the import sources, such as US, Australia, and South America, and even Ukraine and Russia. And another view is that Korean government is very interested in the stock and reserves. So some scholars, they are talking about the reserves. So this is why I was talking about the rice reserves cooperation in Asian countries. Thank you.
So Mr. Jaidi, if you have a word to say on this, yes.
L'industrie automobile, ce n'est pas pour faire référence à un État producteur. Justement, le rôle de l'État, enfin, dans la Corée du Sud, c'était un rôle de l'État stratège qui crée les conditions d'environnement, de l'émergence d'entreprises nationales fortes, compétitives.
That seeks to underscore competitiveness, to increase productivity. So this with incentives, transparency, mechanisms being put in place. So this state which accompanies the private sector, but that also regulates the market, be it vis-à-vis the rest of the world or in terms of the existing internal competitiveness amongst the various local stakeholders and domestic ones. So it's not only fiscal incentives, mechanisms that are at stake, or incentives for accessing equipment, infrastructures, real estate. The peculiarity of South Korea is incentives when it comes to R&D, research and development, and the good command of technology with actually various mechanisms for private sector operators for them to develop their technological capacities in order to better face not only the domestic competitiveness but the global competitiveness, and hence the richness of this model and the fact that it is quite inspiring. Compared to ours, where we only have this first generation of incentives and we have not yet reached out to that level of maturity. Thank you, Mr. Jaidi. Should there be no more questions, I think we adjourn the session and then we will delve further into this discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and for staying throughout this first session. We will now break for a 1-hour lunch break and resume at 1:30 for the next session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back. Your Excellencies, Mr. President, I wish you another warm welcome to those of you that came from Korea, that make so much kilometers to come here to Morocco, and it's a signal of hope after these years we had with the pandemic, that we can reach, even if we have more than 10,000 kilometers. I am Mehdi Ben Omar. I am the head of the International Relations Department here at the Policy Center for the New South. It's a privilege, it's an honor to moderate this session. Changes in the international relations is, of course, a huge topic for speaking for 75 minutes, so I will be as quick as possible so that we can deep into this panel. And to make the link also to be more focused with the dynamics and the efforts that has been done in Asia and in Africa. Of course, when speaking of international integration, of regional integration, the stories of Africa and Asia are very different. And I think that this panel will have a tremendous panelist that will make more clear this question to us. So I give the floor to Mr. Park Yoon-do. He's professor at the Sogang University for the first presentation. Mr. Yoon-do, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored and privileged to be speaking as a presenter. My name is Hyun-do Park, and I'm working as a professor of Islamic studies at a very small university called Sogang University in Seoul, Korea. My presentation is about the changing international relations and also the dynamics of regional integration in Asia and Africa. And I like to seek your understanding that this is my personal interpretation of what is going on in this world right now. And a scholar living far away from this region, I'm talking about this region, so perhaps you may find something you would not agree with me. So please bear with me. Something wrong. Actually, the changing the relationship right now in the world is starting with the U.S. Secretary of State, Madam Hillary Clinton, wrote a very provocative article in October 2011 in Foreign Policy, titled America's Pacific Century. And she made it very clear that the United States will return to the Pacific area, and that U.S. new policy was called the pivot to Asia, or sometimes a rebalance, which is really a big change in U.S. policy, particularly making a great impact on the traditional U.S. Middle East policy, which means that United States is leaving the region slowly in order to contain China. The rise of China was a big problem with the United States, and actually in the 1990s, China was a very poor country, and United States probably would not expect that China would catch up with the West that fast. In 1995, the gap between the United States, China's actually the GDP was only the 5% of the United States, and 2010 it already reached 40%, and 2020 70%, and probably 2021 almost 80%. We know that clearly that in 1985 in New York Plaza Hotel, United States actually devalued US dollars against the Deutsche Mark and the Japanese yen. And that time, the second largest economy in the world, Japan, was slowly going down. And probably the same tactic is employed by United States, but which is very different because now, at the time, Japan's economy was only 37 to 40% of United States, but now China is almost 70 or more than 80%. And some scholars actually predicted if this trend goes on, and then China will catch up with the United States by 2025, which is not very far from now. One of the main reasons, actually, the United States was confidently tried to move from the Middle East to Asia was the shale energy revolution starting in 1998. And United States became the world's #1 producer of natural gas in 2011 and the oil in 2018, which means the United States does not need to rely on the Middle East for oil, particularly Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia and Arab Emirates. So the picture shows very well that we have the competition between Sheikh and Shale. And then United States was slowly leaving with the Obama administration, and particularly in 2019, Trump abolished the traditional United States Carter doctrine that United States will give a security umbrella over Persian Gulf. And 2019, the 40-year-old Carter doctrine was gone and dead. And also with Biden administration, he made it much more clearer than ever before that the United States is ready and poised to contain China. Now, the Obama administration China containment policy was implicit. It was not very, in a sense, it's a hidden agenda, but right now everybody knows the United States is trying to contain China and reshuffle the world order again. In this case, and also another big problem was the relationship between Arab countries and Israel, and which was, a little bit mended in 2020 by both sides agreeing to Abraham Accords, some Arab countries. And right now, and that was a big leap from the 1967, and as we remember, in 1967, so-called Khartoum resolution, Arab countries made it very clear that no peace with Israel, no recognition of Israel, no negotiations with Israel. But now it's changing. And the challenges ahead with us is quite simple. United States is trying to regroup the world on US side and the Chinese side. And particularly, this is actually very painful for a small country like Korea, and which is a little bit different from Morocco, because we have American forces stationing in Korea from 1945, and we are, in a sense, actually challenged to take a side. And like a strategic hedging, for example, the United States, the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, and so those all Gulf countries, and in aligning with the Gulf countries, also Morocco has more like a bigger space to move, especially on the pressures. But our country has a big problem, and we have to either decide. I don't know how our government is trying to make a hedging strategy in this harsh competition, and this is really a difficult situation right now. And perhaps the problem became much more acuter with the Russian-Ukrainian war that broke up in last January and last February. And we have a food problem and energy problem, and also countries try to hedge. Like Israel we know that Israel is very close ally to the United States, but Israel was hesitant to take part in sanctioning Russia. And right now, the world is actually the US against China and Russia. And other small countries like Korea are asked to side with particularly the United States in East Asia. So the world is changing. And I have been talking to my colleagues in the Gulf area, and they are talking about at least the Gulf area and the Muslim world over there is looking for non-polar interconnected world, which means that they are not talking about the multipolar, because multipolar means that there is a polar. There is a polar. So they are talking about the non-polar. Polar does not exist, and everything is interconnected, which is very interesting. Actually, we have been learning about Buddhism. This is a wonderful Buddhist teaching that everything is interdependent. Not even single entity can stay on its own. That is actually Buddhist teaching. I never expected that the Muslim friends talking about the Buddhist teaching interconnected world without any polar. But in this region, maybe perhaps non-polar interconnected world is possible. But I don't know. In the context of East Asia, where the competition is really harsh and strong between China and United States, probably it is practically impossible for us to talk about the non-polar interconnected world. And at this stage, I think our relationship with Korean relationship with Morocco is much more needed because Morocco has a wider space to move in and move on, and also Korea needs to now make a new market. Actually, there was a market, but the Korean government and the Koreans did not pay too much attention on this region. But now it's time, in a sense, now it's time to cooperate with each other for example, trilateral relations, or maybe the Korea-Morocco bilateral relations, or Korea, Morocco, and other countries, and trilateral relations in order to, I would not say the penetrate, but I mean the develop bigger market in a sense in Africa and Asia, because according to the colleague in United Arab Emirates, he firmly believes that the world will be Asia and Africa centered, because the world that was moved by the West is gone. Now new era will be done on us, and that is the Asia-Africa century. So perhaps United States was talking about the Asia New Pacific century, where United States is leading country in that era. But at the same time, we have a new opportunity in Africa with Morocco, having good relationship with Korea. I mean, we may try to make a breakthrough and open wide our perspective and start a new businesses together. But one thing, actually, but even though I'm trying to be very optimistic, but I have one thing in my mind that really bothers me, is that how can it possibly, for example, I know Morocco has a very good relationship with China, and Morocco is the first North African country to commit itself to China's BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, and which we did not join in Asia. So I don't know, how can we possibly working together when we have a so-called problem, for us a problematic situation, and because we are right now being challenged to take sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So starting from the complexity of the Indo-Pacific, where Korea is at the epicenter of this specific area, and you have made the connection with Morocco, passing through the complexities also of Middle East and of the conflict in Ukraine. So maybe this is one of the reasons to build this strategic link between Morocco and Korea. We have the link between the old Atlantic and the new complexity in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much. I appreciate your intervention. Mrs. Boussetta is Senior Fellow at the Policy Center, and welcome to you for your presentation. Mrs. Boussetta, je crois que vous intervenir en français, vos slides sont en anglais. Allez-y, je vous en prie.
Okay, thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to be here today, celebrating 16 years of fruitful collaboration between Morocco and the Republic of Korea. I think after 16 years, it's time to make shift and create new momentum for deepening our political relations, but also to explore new area of collaboration. So I apologize, I will make my presentation in French, so we can start. Donc c'est ce que je vais présenter dans mon exposé, c'est surtout voir comment l'Afrique présente des défis, mais en même temps des
presents challenges, but at the same time opportunities that could be beneficial to our mutual relations, both Morocco and Korea. We all know the challenges with all development issues, climate change related issues, governance, security, and food security. Challenges which, against the background of recent changes, have become quite salient, i.e., food security. Bearing in mind that we thought that we had gone through an irreversible trajectory in terms of production independence. However, the Russian-Ukrainian crisis has highlighted the vulnerabilities that we haven't yet been able to overcome. Concomitant to this, there is climate change, an omnipresent factor which strikes and hits Africa with adverse effects on development, but also on security, with an increasing number of vulnerable regions, and which, of course, allows for the proliferation and recrudescence of poverty, all along with the development of violent extremism and regional instability. Security becomes very much at stake that we need to pay due attention to. Something else we need to take into consideration is whenever we talk about Africa, we tend to speak about a monolithic entity versus Africa is a continent of 55 countries that do have common denominators, but that do have salient differences, which is at the origin of the wealth of the African continent. So even when we are inscribed within the framework of such a context, we need to take into consideration the plethora of possibilities and opportunities when it comes to progress to be achieved. Regarding the opportunities, I have highlighted 4 major pillars, namely the demographic growth with more than 43 million births on an annual basis. We will reach out 53 million of births by 2040. So this demographic growth will make half of the world population, young population, will be in Africa, which further endorses and confirms the centrality of Africa over the next century and how strategically important the latter is. So, and this human capital is actually an asset of strength in as much as it constitutes a labor market, but also a whole potential to be unleashed when it comes to development, creativity, innovation, such an important asset for the development of our countries here in Africa. And we shall see the aspects to be taken into consideration when it comes to education, to technological development, because this huge potential of human capital is such an important, crucial asset for the continent. Besides, there is renewable energies. Morocco has committed, thanks to the vision of our king, to renewable energy. So, and we know that we have gone beyond the restrictions and constraints related to access to energy, and this will take place through green energies such as hydrogen. And this is a huge potential which will only be valorized if technology is optimized. Therefore, we need to explore collaboration and cooperation avenues in order to translate this potential into something real and tangible that could be beneficial to our population. Digital transformation. An increasing number of records. So the 4 last ones have been created over the past 4 years. So raising more than 4 billion. So countries such as Korea gives due importance to the emergence of startups, be it in the sector of agriculture, that of health, and governance as well. And that is a major stake in Africa in order for us to become inscribed within this digital transformation. Regional integration, so the with the free trade zone that requires collective endeavors to be embarked on by African countries with an existing will, with the process having already been launched. And this is a key element which will certainly transform the continent, allowing for the improvement of a GDP with a ratio of 9%, and it could eventually increase intra-trade in order to move from the existing 15% to 30%. So many possibilities for creating job opportunities, with also an impact of saving 50 million people from poverty thanks to the creation of this free trade zone. Further, there is the African market with its population and consumption trends and habits, with e-commerce becoming more and more prevalent when it comes to fashion and a young market with more than $13 million. So a market that shows the huge potential to be unleashed, a continent which needs numerous infrastructure projects where the development process has not yet taken place optimally in all countries, because Africa is not this monolithic entity. We tend to think, but that it's rather a continent of heterogeneities that requires at least $130 billion of investment, and in order to accompany the real development needs of its respective countries. So this further highlights the numerous opportunities, the huge potential as to accompanying this continent. All the partnerships that are taking place, be it with Asian countries, with the EU, or with Turkey, China, so there are fora, symposia, initiatives, and I do believe that the success of such partnerships relies heavily on the mutual understanding we will have of one another as partners, in order to become more knowledgeable about each other's needs, rethinking more balanced relations, sustainable ones, versus not looking at Africa as being exclusively a consumption market or a market of raw materials, because those who will grasp the real meaning of the potential of Africans, because it's not only short-term opportunities in terms of accessing raw materials or accessing consumption. So those smart ones will make the difference in the future, and they are the ones who will really make the best of this true existing potential in the African continent. Africa and Korea. So a trade volume that totals $10 billion USD, representing only 1% of Korea's total trade with other continents and regions. So it remains quite weak. Korean investments in Africa do not go beyond 0.7% of Korea's total investments abroad. Total number of African students in Korea, less than 2,700 students. Some justify this because of distance. That could be a key factor to affect trade and investment. But there are other Asian countries, namely China and Japan, with much more significant volumes and figures. we do have the feeling that a meeting like today's with academicians, think tanks, research institutes could indeed ensure this better understanding amongst concerned parties. The potential is there. We need to roll up our sleeves and work together on common interest sectors such as technology transfer, education, all what has to do with the digital dynamics and the improvement of industrial chain values that matter a lot for us. And we do know that connection and networks are the necessary vectors of competitiveness, which brings me to the last part of my presentation, which is regional integration. Korea is an active participant in global and regional production chains. With the higher shares of foreign value added in gross exports. This is a model that could be a source of inspiration for creating sources of connection, Asia and Africa, that are to become tomorrow's centralities. So how could we give more meaning to such a vision? Morocco being the first African investor in West Africa, and the second investor on the African continent, being a key player when it comes to renewable energy, food security, and South-South cooperation. So how could we further optimize and highlight all those assets with the potential and know-how that Korea is rich with, particularly when there is better needs assessment and better needs understanding? What are the real, true, authentic, genuine needs of the African continent that we could accompany with tailored solutions? This understanding and this knowledge of the everyday realities of the continent is what will make a difference in this kind of partnership, comparing this to predefined solutions. So the suggestion here is to work on key analysis elements that will allow for the emergence of solutions that will be tailored to the continent and that will respond to the real true priorities while constructing and building sustainable connections for the upcoming opportunities and challenges as well. I would like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Ms. Busetta, for this brilliant presentation. 54 African countries, 54 complexities. Ms. Busetta has highlighted this. There is certainly distortion when we speak about four. So I think that the key salient message has been fully grasped. With emphasis on energy transition, digital transformation, climate change, distortion becomes multidimensional when we take into consideration the cross-cutting elements having to do with access to technologies and the technological transformation.
Han Seru. She's a postdoctoral research fellow at the School of Government and International Affairs at Durham University in the UK. Madam, you're very welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's my very first time to be in this beautiful country, so thanks for having me. As Professor Park talked about international relations, focusing on international relations, let me talk a bit about social and political implications of the international and domestic dynamics in North Africa. Specifically, I will be talking about some socio-economic conditions and structural constraints that make North Africa more vulnerable than other regions to external shock, like food insecurity, food crisis, and some potential cooperation between the region and South Korea, with particular reference to Morocco. So what's at stake? We are increasingly witnessing that small and big international events have implications in North Africa. The Russian and Ukraine war is no exception. It's adding significant extra burden to food and energy markets in global north and south alike. The two countries are central to global food production and supply, accounting for more than 25% of global trade in wheat, 60% of sunflower oil, 30% of global barley export. And this crisis is hitting all regions, no exception. However, North Africa is one of the most affected, mainly because of its heavy reliance on imported food, as well as the majority of citizens' low food affordability. And we should not forget that this crisis is happening when the region has not yet fully recovered from the disastrous impact of the pandemic. When it comes to North Africa, the issue of food insecurity is not just about the shortage of food. It can quickly lead to other social issues like increasing poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. And this can then lead to social unrest and political instability, which can then again lead to poor economic performances. So there's the vicious circle. And North Africa is not unfamiliar with the close link between global shock/pressure on the one hand and domestic socio-political tension and crisis on the other. And that's why there have been various efforts from North African countries like Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco to mitigate the negative impacts of the war on their soils. These include seeking emergency loans and aids, mainly from IMF and World Bank, raising interest rate in the case of Egypt, pushing for grain production, diversification of grain supply sources, and so on and so on. However, despite these efforts, many commentators and researchers have raised the concern that the current crisis might lead to increasing social unrest and possibly another wave of social mobilization in the region. So why do they say so? It's because history informs that North Africa has been particularly vulnerable to high price and external shocks or pressure coming from World Bank and IMF. So the three countries, Egypt, Tunisia, and Morocco, all experienced the so-called bread riot. And bread in the context of this region is not just one of the food items, it is quite sensitive political issue. So Egypt witnessed its Intifada al-Khubz in 1977. Tunisia, Morocco had similar kind of things in 1980s. So all the governments in three countries had to withdraw their decision to increase food price because of those demonstrations. And today, many researchers are linking what happened in 2010 and 2011 to what they think might happen in near future, mainly because of the soaring global food price. So if you see this graph, by early June 2021, food inflation had already reached the same level as the immediate build-up to the 2011 uprising. Back then, the soaring price was one of the key factors that kept people on the street with the slogan, bread, freedom, and social justice. Unlike Tunisia and Egypt, I don't think I would have time to talk about Tunisia and Egypt, but unlike Tunisia and Egypt, Morocco did not witness a mass mobilization in 2011. And one could say that it was mainly thanks to a solid monetary policy that kept the interest rate below 2% most times in Morocco. However, Morocco also had witnessed at least 3 big waves of protests. The first that being the February 20 protest, the second RIF protest, and also economic boycott campaign and so on. And all these were closely linked to high price, like inflation. And then you can see from the graph that during the latter 6 months of 2021, food inflation continued to rise well above those Arab Spring levels. And that is why many researchers are talking about the negative and dark scenario. But I think it's important to not overstate the link between what happened in 2010-11 and food price, because I think it's too narrow and simplistic interpretation. Having said that, I think it's fair to say that like a soaring price in the global market have to some extent served to aggravate existing social and political tensions in the region. So in North Africa, at least two sources of instability can easily explode when the region encounters global crisis and external shocks, such as global price increase. And these are uneven regional development and youth unemployment. But comparing to neighbor countries, like Tunisia, for instance, Morocco has preserved relative stability. The macroeconomic situation has been evaluated positively. Also, Morocco's numbers have steadily risen on, for instance, the Human Development Index, indicating the improvements in, for instance, life expectancy, education opportunities, and gross national income per capita. But of course, the reality is a bit more complicated. In 2017, almost 19% of Morocco's agriculturally dependent rural populations still lived in poverty or were in danger of doing so. Infrastructure disparities remained quite high between urban and rural areas. And there were protests in some regions, like a RIF, and they have shown how the lack of wealth redistribution and rural underdevelopment could quickly lead to social unrest. However, the Moroccan government was quick in responding to this. The Moroccan government has recognized regional disparities and invested more than 1.2 billion euros into the region since 2017. And the money went to, for instance, healthcare, road construction, and so on. And today, researchers are saying this is a very welcoming mood, and Morocco needs to continue this kind of effort because there are still some regions that are socially, economically, and culturally marginalized. Another issue, youth unemployment. It's a worrisome indicator, but it's not only in Morocco. It's a general feature in North Africa and many other developing countries. And we should not forget that growth indicators like a Human Development Index, they do not necessarily represent the full picture of a country's well-being. So if you see the graph, youth unemployment rate is on the rise in Morocco. And like many other developing countries, one of the reasons for that is to be found in the labor market difficulties in absorbing these young populations. So in this context, against this background, developing agriculture is crucial to building resilience to global food price volatility. But according to some research, the agricultural sector in this region is facing multiple constraints. In Morocco, the sector accounts for around 46, it employs around 46% of the active population, but large parts of the sector remains dependent on sufficient rainfall, which means it makes it vulnerable to climate change. And as we all know, declining rainfall since 2020, and especially the worst drought in this year, 2022, has hit Morocco, forcing the country to import more crops. How many minutes do I have? 2 minutes. Perfect. So to conclude, Morocco's increasing resilience to food insecurity and global crisis would require multifaceted efforts, including regional development and the development of agriculture. And these two are closely related to one another, and achieving them can also contribute to the reduction of youth unemployment. In terms of the agricultural sector, Morocco already developed a new water-saving policy. It's called Morocco's 2020-2027 Water Plan. It aims to strengthen water security in rural areas. Also, there's new development models which was announced in April 2021, and it emphasized that the country needs to pay more attention to, as you can see, various aspects of agricultural development. So Morocco is really trying to turn external challenges into opportunities for sustainable development. And this leads me to think of a potential cooperation between South Korea and Morocco. South Korea has a long history of both top-down and bottom-up agricultural development, and it's now cooperating with many countries, and in the context of Middle East, like UAE and Oman, in the field such as like smart farms with technologies that minimize water consumption. So Korea could cooperate with Morocco in fields including agri-tech, agribusiness, as well as strengthening human skills in the agricultural sector. And of course, for that, more research will be needed to see exactly in what ways South Korea and Morocco can work together on these fields. I will stop here.
So thank you. So it's always useful to have an external view from our own country. Thank you very much for your insight. I will notice also that in dealing with the impact of the war in Ukraine, you have described this patchwork of measures that have been undertook in the countries here in the region. And in fact, these measures shows also the lack of integration in our region. And this is an issue. It's an issue for the members of the region, but it's also an issue for a partner like the Republic of Korea. And thank you very much for your presentation. I'm moving now to the next speaker, Dr. Mustafa Lazazi, who is a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. Dr. Mustafa.
Thank you very much. So, yeah. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, eminent guests from Korea, so happy to share and to have this chance. I mean, very few chances here in Morocco to take Asian issues as a topic of seminars. So I'm very happy to do that because I pretend an expert on Asian affairs. So it's a wonderful time to share today. And my presentation, I will be focusing on, the diplomacy of forums, taking as a case the Korea-Africa Forum, which I name it as an ambitious platform under construction. And I start from this hypothesis because I do believe that within the forums we do have, main forums we do have in Asia, including FOCAC, TICA, DIS, India Summit, Africa Summit, and QUAC. I mean, the most ambitious should be, in my understanding, the Korean one, because even, the number of editions are few. There was a lot of delay within the 16 years. But, we feel that the Korean policymakers, they are too much relying, making from this forum a real platform of cooperation. And this, we can see it in the different, the evolution. There is a lot of up-down in the forum, but there is a lot of synergies also. And basically, I will focus on the 5th edition, which is quite new. Why I do believe also that the 5th edition is quite different from other editions, because it comes with a new leadership in Korea, a new government, new president. It comes after the COVID, which was changing a lot of the paradigms and the priorities. And of course, it comes after a delay of the 5th edition. So all these, and I was in contact with many colleagues from Seoul, and it was wonderful to see the experts on Africa meeting with everybody, making an informal consultation to collect and to make the agenda of their own forum addressed to Africans. So in terms of the foundations, we can say that the foundations also are very relevant, because even in terms of the narrative, they are quite new, pretty new, based on equality, mutual respect and benefits between Africa and Korea, and also based on a very engineered concept, I mean, that financial resources are guided by the no-harm principle, which is a language that we will never hear it in other forums, mainly Asian forums. Concerning the vision, so basically there was one, a new area that was highlighted, mainly in this last edition, is the increase of cooperation in the field of peace and security. But from the other side, when we look to the first item, the development cooperation, we find that the Korean, vision is divided into two parts, or let's say three. The first one dealing with emergencies, the second one dealing with bilateral needs, and the third one dealing with the sustainable development goals pillar. So even in the area of health, we can see in the action plan of the last edition how the Koreans were very clear. When it has to do with the COVID, they call it short intervention, which means that they are not obsessed by the crisis. There is much more important area in the area of health, which are related to the pillar of health of the Sustainable Development Goals. When it has to do with the modus operandi, and this is, I will extend a little bit discussion about it. We can see that the 5th edition was inviting around 18 members, close to the Banjul formula. Basically, here the names of the president of the ongoing chairman, the outgoing chairman, the head of regions, and of course, they are not inviting the 54 members of the continent. Here there is a little bit quite important that requires maybe a lot of communication from the Korean side, that sometimes the people are confusing in Africa between the forum and the Korea-Africa Economic Cooperation and the Korea-Africa Business Forum. So those, they are supporting mechanism. And recently, there is the Korea-Africa Foundation, created in 2018, which can be a very good platform for us in academia, CSO, and other activities. The follow-up mechanism is very important, but unfortunately, I guess the only country that has developed well its own follow-up mechanism is the TICAD, the forum. But we feel that there is, serious concern from the Korean side to go for building, a follow-up mechanism that can enable the process of assessment, implementation, evaluation between two editions. Of course, when it has to do with the format, it's very interesting. There is a huge debate, within the African community about the Banjul formula, which is supposing that those who will represent, the debate started from the fact that one country and one continent, it's not fair, so that's why they cannot invite all the countries, and this was the former outgoing chairperson, the incumbent chairperson, the chairperson of AU Commission, 5 NEPAD founding members, like a Security Council, Algeria, Egypt, Nigeria, Senegal, and South Africa, the chairperson of the NEPAD, and the current chairing countries of the AU, endorsed 8 regional economic communities. This format was a subject of a lot of critics because some African countries raised concern about the effectiveness and to what extent those invited members will represent all the voices of other countries. Of course, we have seen that even this formula was initiated in 2006. I guess only maybe Korea and India have experienced this formula 3 times, and after that, in 2015, the Prime Minister Modi, he canceled the formula and invited the 54 countries. Of course, there was also in the reform of Kagame reports, he, after collecting the critics of many countries, he suggested that the Troika system can take place, but it doesn't work. Even today, it seems to be, despite of the fact that it was endorsed by the General Assembly of African Union, African countries, they are not taking such format seriously, and because they don't believe on its effectiveness. And it is still, it was reported to another deadline to be debated. Sorry, I will jump. Just in terms of area of intervention, it seems to be quite interesting to see what I have mentioned, that it was clear enough. And this is a wonderful way of drafting those action plans. In the Korean edition, when they talk about fighting against COVID, even it is a priority. By the way, even the blue report of the foreign policy of Korea, the entitled post-COVID foreign policy, which means that there is a huge concern, but they call it in the short term. And this is very significant and useful for the African continent because the other items related to the health, they rely it to the sustainable development goals. And this is quite, very, interesting. In terms of area of the peace of security, we feel that there is an increase of concern from the Korean side to contribute, and we can see that even, some small institutes were a subject of financing from 2022 to 2026. Politically, there was 2 main items: the need to reform the UN Security Council, and even to work for supporting African representativity in the UN Security Council. Others area, of course, trade. I guess the free zone is a very important item. We can feel in different reports published or declaration or even action plan that this is an access point for the contribution of Korea in accelerating the regional integration in Africa. Morocco, of course, has ratified this agreement. Before it was a little bit, Morocco was not comfortable to contribute without ratifying. I guess it's a good chance that it could be one of the topics of discussion between the 2 parties. Of course, sharing Korean experience, it's a very important area of concern, but it should be a little bit go into details. Just sharing experience, it's not in technicity. For instance, we did have the chance to host 2 years or 3 years ago, Chang Kyup-sup, the author of Compressed Modernity in Korea, And his book, it seems to be very interesting because it's touching public policy, the sociological process, the economic, the cultural process, how to can make a catch-up within 10 years instead of 50 years. And this is maybe what we do need in discussion from both sides, African and Korean, to inspire in a very efficient way, I mean, the African model. Well, I mean, of course, public diplomacy, NGOs, and academia is a new area, and I expect that it will be increased within the next coming years. And just to close, there is some rendezvous set by the previous edition, 2026. It will be the 6th edition, but in Africa. So, which means that this is the first time that, I mean, the Korean Forum will adopt the same format as FOCAC and TICAD. Hopefully it will be Morocco, why not? And the anticipation of the 20th anniversary, of course, Korea is intending to submit its, to become an observer member in the AU. And of course, they are preparing also to hold a Korea-Africa summit, which will be a big event. Hopefully, it will be a good opportunity to cooperate. Beside that, I guess that all what we have discussed, at least within this forum, will be subject a lot of modification, because those who are following the new policy of the new president and the new government, they are trying to fix a lot of anomalies that has happened during the last 20 years. There is, of course, the impact or the side effect of post-COVID, but also the Ukraine-Russia war and its impact on energy and on Korean-US strategic ties. And of course, from the Moroccan side also, the paradigm and the strategic priorities have been changed after COVID. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lazazi. It was a great presentation. Thank you very much indeed. So for those who have any doubt about the intensity of cooperation in Africa, I think after this presentation you have less doubt on it. Dr. Lazazi, you have get us in the framework of Banjul, and we have raised many concerns about security, but also on the interaction with the regional African regions. And so it was a great presentation at structural and contextual elements. Thank you very much indeed. So now I am moving to the next discussant, who is Mr. Lee Kong-hyung. He's the Deputy President of the Center for Area Studies in Kiev. Mr.
Thank
Lee,
you, Chairman. I'm very happy to be here, and I really appreciate PCNS for their preparation of this wonderful seminar. I think there are some barriers in the past in terms of Afro-Asian partnership, or specifically Korea-Morocco relations. First one is language barrier. Actually, we are not familiar with Arabic or French. We are more familiar with English. So it is a little bit difficult to make access to African countries, or especially Morocco. And second one is religious barriers. You are not familiar with Islamic culture, Islamic religion. So that's one of the reasons for the Korean companies to be here. And third one is actually we are located very far away between the actually there's no historical context each other. So that's one of the reasons for less cooperation between the two countries. And the other one is lack of fossil fuels in Morocco and in Korea as well. Actually, from the 1970s, we have good relations between Korea and the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia or UAE, because we need to import oil and gas for the industrialization in the South Korea in the 1970s. But in Morocco, there's not enough energy resources. So in that sense, we don't have more active relations between the two countries. But nowadays, some parts we overcame this kind of barriers. But why partnership between Korea and Morocco? I think the rationale why we cooperate together can be found from the fact that we all live in a very interconnected world, like as the Dr. Park says. So national difficulties like food crisis are not only national but also global phenomenon. So we need to examine the global structure of these kind of the problems. For example, pandemic or the war is made the global impact. So we need to overcome this kind of problems together, not individually, not separately. And how can we make cooperation platform together? I think as we don't have enough energy resources, I think we need to share two kinds of things. First one is technology or innovation experiences. Actually, Morocco and Korea has their own experiences for the technological development. For example, in Morocco, there are developed renewable energy technologies, and in Korea, we attained industrialization very rapidly. So we can share this kind of experience together, and then we can learn some lessons from each other. And second one is education experiences. Morocco and Korea has also the very skilled workers together, and we need to exchange them, and then we can make synergy effects together. So we need to share the technological innovation experiences and education program or education policies together. But nowadays, it is not easy to share these kind of things because there are geostrategic gaps between countries. The Korea has its own national interests, and Morocco has its own national interests. So it is not easy to make a general consensus in terms of exchange these things. And the other one is big powers tension in this area and in East Asia as well, especially as Park Hyun-do says, there are USA and China or Russia tensions happens in everywhere, and we need to think about how can we overcome these kind of tensions together. So Morocco and Korea has a special the cooperation project, cooperation platform as middle powers. We don't need to side with the big powers. We have our own strategy or cooperation platforms as middle powers. So the South-South cooperation is one of the good projects. So, for example, we can establish a vocational education center together. So we have very many vocational education experiences and skills, and then tutors. So we can, if we make the vocational center in Morocco, then we can together taught the peoples, and we can provide some training programs to the other African people. So this could be the starting point for the further cooperation. Or as he said, Korea African Forum is very good cooperation platform, but it's not held annually. It's just 3 or 4 years, very long time. And it is not a summit level forum. So we need to upgrade this Korea African Forum to the summit level. As he explains, we have 2026 special summit, but we need to upgrade this to summit level. So we need to more leadership. We need more. It is. I think it's easier to make a consensus between Korea and African countries, and the political leadership is also important. So I think the stable political leadership is the very foundation of economic development and economic cooperation between Korea and other African countries. So we can make a dialogue program between Korea and then African countries. So it will be a good starting point for our further the cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your reaction and for your insight. Thank you very much. I'm moving now to the next discussant, who is Mr. Mohamed Dudishki, his senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. Your Excellency.
Thank you, Sir Omar, and I would like to welcome all the audience, and I would like to single out my three students to the right, whom I invited to this very important conference. I would like also to thank the organizers for allowing me to join this panel. Korea is, I think Moroccans have some kind of feeling of fascination and curiosity, but also positive thinking about Korea. And because South Korea is seen as a non-nuclear, economically oriented regional power that doesn't have a colonial past. And I think all these elements are extremely positive in building partnership. I think the merit of such exercise is first to allow us to exchange our perceptions of each other. And I valued really the presentation made by our friend, the doctorand, that enlightened us with her perception of Morocco, of what this country is doing. Well, we are in a situation where we analyze, we try to make diagnoses, but I think most importantly we are interested, and you are interested by solutions. And solutions, we would like first, I would like to raise two issues in which we might benefit from our friends in Korea in terms of bringing solutions. One is the one that my neighbor from the right referred to as education. We have always been told that if you want to be developed, there is education, education, and education. And just 2 days ago, the Secretary of the United Nations was exactly addressing this issue of education. And I think some exchange between the two countries in terms of how we can improve our educational system, how we can fill the gap between employment and graduation from the university, etc., is one of the issues on which we can benefit from the experience and the expertise of our Korean friends. The second one is linked to education. It is about research and development. Research and development is most of the time the missing link in the development policy of most of the developing countries. We, as developing countries, we do not devote enough resources to research and development, and needless to emphasize the importance of research in economic, social, and cultural development. So we seek the views of our colleagues from Korea about this. Secondly, we would like to also benefit from their analysis in terms of comparison between integration in Asia and Africa. I think the African countries are striving to, are very hungry to really integrate. And our friend, Minister Buseta, referred largely to the economic trade zone. And I think here, given the difficulties that African countries are facing and will be facing, especially in terms of harmonization, standardization of legislation, and in diminishing tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers, etc. I think the expertise of Korea in this very long process, I think, could be extremely beneficial for the two parties. Last but not least, since multilateralism has been invoked, and I cannot resist indulging into multilateralism for very obvious reasons that you might guess, I think both Korea and Morocco are really earnestly and sincerely advocates for multilateralism. Despite our differences in terms of economy, regional concerns, etc., we are believers in multilateralism. I will put aside the reform of the Security Council because it's very tricky, especially in Asia, between whom you have to allocate the only single seat. That's another problem. I don't want to interfere in Asian business. But to me, and for me, I think since we have these common objectives, I think we have, with other countries, to work together for revitalization of multilateralism, returning to the founding principles of multilateralism, which means comprehensiveness, equity, and justice, and cooperation. Thank you.
Integration, Korea and Morocco, and also the changes in the international relation. And thank you very much, and a warm applause for you. Thank you very much. So I'm moving now to the question in the audience. So please present yourself before giving your question, and we'll take a stack of 3 or 4 questions, moving back to the panel and taking another series. So who would like to start? Oh, my student at the university. No, please. Welcome.
Yes. So yeah, I'm a student at the Faculty of Governance, Social Sciences, and Economics. I have a question because Madame Buseta said something very interesting. She said that in the establishment and the development of this interaction between the two continents and the two countries, Africa shouldn't be seen only as a market or as an economic opportunity. And I do believe that there is this social and cultural aspect that is very interesting and could be a major key in the development of this interaction between the two countries. I know a lot of Moroccans who are learning Korean, and I know a lot of Koreans who are trying to learn Arabic or French. And I do think that we should overcome this language barrier that you've talked about earlier. But my question is, I've seen that KOICA, the Korean Cooperation Agency, have done a great job in the establishment of the interaction between the two countries. But then, is there any concrete step or determined strategy adopted by South Korea in order to improve and first introduce the two countries to each other? Because, as Mr. Luliski said, we should introduce the two societies to each other, be familiar with the Korean culture, and Koreans being familiar with the Moroccan culture as well. And hopefully that will be the first step towards a fruitful a fruitful interaction, and then we will be able to say 만나서 반갑습니다 as a first thing. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. No. Monsieur le ministre, s'il vous plaît. Monsieur
Parler en français. Je crois que depuis tout à l'heure, le matin, on a beaucoup parlé des deux pays, des deux continents.
And the partnership, the current and future partnership, it seems to me that there is one point that is that is of great interest to Morocco, which is also essential when we think about Korea. Both of our countries were, at various times, at different times, and in different historical circumstances, both countries were colonized under the Japan, or for us, France, or Spain, or even or some that was under international rule. And what I do note is that if the question of territorial integrity in Morocco is essential, existential, despite the fact that we should not have to compare these different situations, the Korean unity is absolutely essential, and it also needs to have this existential characteristic for Koreans as well. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Hello, everyone. 안녕하십니까 to our Korean participants. It's an honor to be here today. Honestly, I've always been particularly interested in South Korean politics, so it's very important for me to be here. And thank you for everyone. The two panels were extremely interesting, honestly. As for the question, I was wondering, the way I see it is Morocco and South Korea do have lots of things in common. Especially during the recent years, I feel like both countries have been investing more and more in renewable energy. They're both very committed in terms of the fight against climate change. And green hydrogen is something that we have been hearing more and more recently. I do know that His Excellency, the Ambassador, has been talking more and more about green hydrogen. There have been talks recently, especially this year, between both South Korea and Morocco to probably think about ways to cooperate in this industry. And I was wondering, I do know that a lot of researchers and experts do believe that we're still in the very early stages in this industry, because it does cost a lot. It's quite expensive still. I do know that it's usually extracted from fossil fuels and water, or a combination of both, but it's still very complicated from what I've heard. I do want to know that, based on these talks that you have been having recently this year, do you feel like there is potential for both South Korea and Morocco to cooperate on this level, and for Morocco to maybe help South Korea to not only push other countries towards this new energy, but also invest more in the field in terms of, I do know that there's still a lot in terms of research. There's a lot to do in terms of research and in terms of technology regarding this particular energy. And I was wondering if you feel like there is potential and if both countries could cooperate in order to maybe work together towards a net zero world and push other countries to do the same and invest less in fossil fuels. That would be my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any volunteers to answer the first three questions? So the first question was about the cultural exchange. I think it was for Madame Bessetta.
Effectivement, l'un des points que j'ai essayé de montrer dans mon exposé, c'est de dire que les relations de partenariat doivent se baser au-delà des intérêts mutuels, politiques ou économiques, d'une compréhension mutuelle, et ne pas observer l'Afrique en tant que continent comme une étude de cas. Parce qu'on a l'impression des fois, quand on est en train de discuter avec des partenaires, qu'on est plutôt dans des études de cas, comment évolue l'emploi, comment évolue le PIB, comment évolue la dette et ainsi de suite. Alors que là, pour pouvoir vraiment créer de la plus-value, de la valeur ajoutée qui est durable et qui puisse profiter au pays, il faut qu'il y ait une prise de connaissance.
Benefit the countries, there needs to be this general awareness and understanding of all aspects. This is why, I mean, I'm sure that Korea and its neighboring countries also is able to develop very successful partnerships, and because there is this understanding and this proximity. So it's true that in forums such as this one, or all of the analysis and research that is being conducted, all of the work that's being done by think tanks is instrumental to bringing these points of view and positions together. And when I spoke about the understanding of needs, it was really to create a sort of new outlook, whether it is for Korea, because it is true that it will have a possibility of experimenting with technological solutions that are suited to these African needs, and also for African countries to be able to develop technological solutions that are the most suited for them and that can also give them better results and outcomes. So this mutual understanding and this global partnership or holistic partnership is more and more taken into consideration, where the political and economic aspects are levers, but culture and education, and this is something that we've discussed time and again, common projects are very much are prioritized, and I really welcome the idea of having this vocational training center that could be opened together for African countries, where we could focus on specific research disciplines on topics of general interest. We spoke about green hydrogen. It could also be about climate change or agriculture. These are all very interesting fields in which, instead of having, for example, a perception of one hand on a perception on the other, to really tackle these topics together and from a common perspective and be able to serve the interests of our continents and respective countries. Thank you, Madam Minister. Dr. Lazazi.
Small feedback on the cultural dimension. Let's be realistic. We cannot ask a businessman, a policymaker, to go deep in the culture of the others. It could be some cases, and I will give you some statistics, by the way. We are in the negative side. The number of scholars who are mastering Arabic, Persian, Turkish, Hebrew, in China are almost around 8,000. The number of scholars mastering those languages, and they are taking the Arab world, Middle East as a specialty, in Japan, 1,700. The number of Korean, according to, the Asian Federation of Middle Eastern Studies, around 620. The number of Moroccans who are mastering the Asian languages, I'm talking about the academia, were less than 25. So we should work on ourselves also. In Africa, I guess few countries that they have make a lot of efforts in this area. Maybe Egypt, they have like 6 departments of Asian affairs at universities. We should reduce that gap from our sides. In some other African countries, they are working hard. Here we have a huge concern and energy from young scholars and researchers like you, but we don't have institutions. I guess to boost the relationship, we need also to have an academic structural platforms to think. And I appreciate the comment of His Excellency, Professor Lulishki, on emphasizing the RD, research and development and education. But also I am one of those who are making advocacy to inspire from the Korean model in terms of translation. The history of translation in Korea is very important. We cannot ask people in Morocco to master English, French, all the 35 million. So the Koreans, what they have done in the 60s and 70s, they have created departments of translation, bring the knowledge to the people. In North Africa, we have this problem, and I guess we should think about it seriously to compress the catch-up and what they call it, the Koreans, compressed modernity. Thank you.
Professor Yun?
Okay, I think that probably one of the greatest barrier between Korea and Morocco in terms of the economic relationship would be the Korean companies thinking that, oh, the Morocco is the French market, because actually we cannot compete with the French. We don't have any good people actually making a conversation with the Moroccans in beautiful French, but you have a lot of people who can speak perfectly the French. So many people are actually hesitant. Actually, many companies are, first of all, even before Arabic, the French is a big barrier, and believe that North Africa is basically the French has I'm sorry. Using this kind of a dominance over this area, so probably it is very difficult to compete with the French companies in this region. I believe that in 2018, December, I came to visit the Morocco when our Prime Minister made an official visit to Morocco. And I found out very interesting, in his address to the Moroccans, actually, he did ruminate a lot of business opportunities that exist between Korea and Morocco, which means that the Korean government and the enterprise, the companies, they have a keen interest in this region. But unfortunately, as you know, the pandemic came, and the passion actually subsidized it. And now, actually, the Kiev will try to deflame the passion. And I think in this changing international world order, Koreans are actually trying to divert their eyes toward Middle East and North Africa, particularly with this government. As you know, Korea has been hit really hard by Ukrainian war. First of all, we are, in a sense, punished by Russia. A lot of things. We have a Hyundai car company in St. Petersburg, but it is nowadays in the idle. And also, we have a big problem with China, and it's squeezed between United States and China. And we have, for the first time almost in 20 years, we have the deficit, trade deficit with China for more than 4 months straight. And it's really historic, record, really bad record. And the Korean, and ever since the foundation of the Republic in 1948, the Koreans have been following the Western model. For the West was the ideal model for Koreans. We believe that we Koreans must follow, and we try to catch up with the West. So you have to understand that very divided when we were also the victim of the Cold War, and we were the victim of the colonial occupation by Japan, and also we try to rebuild our country in due process. We firmly believe we have to catch up with the West. The West is our teacher. But now the international order is changing. The Koreans are trying to divert their eyes toward non-Western world, much harder, much actually passionately than ever before. So probably in this, even though the current situation is not very good, but I think there is a light of hope in this darkness, and probably that the flame will be rekindled with Morocco, particularly in the next new world order, I believe.
Thank you, Professor Yondo. Your Excellency, yes, Ambassador.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and for staying throughout this session.
Questions?
Yes.
Excuse me. Le micro, s'il vous plaît.
Hello. I just want to say, well, actually answer 3 of the questions given my position as the Korean ambassador here in Morocco. One was posed by Professor Lishki about our territorial integration issue. As Morocco is trying very hard to integrate the Morocco as a whole Morocco, we also strive for unification. But at the moment, the biggest issue is our existential threat from North Korea, they having been gone nuclear, which we'll never accept legally and in reality. But that is the fact on the ground. They have now come up with a law that will have a very, very low bar in using their nuclear arms. So now, at the moment, we have to deal with the nuclear threat, existential threat from North Korea, and unification issue is in the back at the moment. The one question was asked by a student regarding koika. So if you ask a hammer, everyone looks like a nail. For Morocco, Morocco is both the business partner as well as our developmental partner as well. So koika, as you know, so in our ODA tool, we have a grant and loan and also technical assistance. We don't provide loan or grant to Morocco, given Morocco's very fast growing status. So we only provide technical assistance, which is done by koika here. And given this limited resources, we are actually diverting almost 85% of our resources to the green economy and renewable energy transition. And the rest is used for the reduction of the social gaps here in Morocco. So, but at the same time, we also strive to also close the cultural gap with our language and the cultural program. So, so we are mindful of the both possibilities. My last answer goes to the lady who said about the green hydrogen. So in May, my embassy held a hydrogen forum, Korea-Morocco Hydrogen Forum, in the margins of the Power2X Summit in Marrakesh in May. And well, in the initial setting, we thought that Morocco produces green hydrogen, and then Korea is one of the biggest the country in demand for green hydrogen would buy them from Morocco. Well, that idea is scrapped. At the moment, it is not economically and technologically feasible, unfortunately. So there are 3 areas that we are now focusing on, and that is the hydrogen port. We are building hydrogen ports in Korea, and Morocco needs hydrogen ports, and we have the technology, and so hydrogen port is one. Hydrogen steel is a very, very effective means to transport hydrogen. I mean, hydrogen is very volatile, and it's also very expensive to transport. But if you make it into a hydrogen steel, there may be a possibility. And another last thing is electrolysis technology. Korea has the most advanced electrolysis technology in the whole world. We have the most efficient technology. And if Morocco is interested in cooperation with Korea, we are actually ready for this partnership. So those are the answers to some of the questions that you posed. Well, while I have the mic, I just want to make one comment, and that is that the issue of economic security. You know, we talk about integration a lot, and that goes to the heart of efficiency in trading or doing business together. But in this time of uncertainty, like the war and the climate issues, and also the competition between the US and China, the big issue is to find a secure source of our materials that we need for our development. So in this sense, I think, you know, since now we are talking about Afro-Asian partnership and also particularly Korea-Africa partnership, I also want to emphasize that we should also look at the oceans. Morocco is uniquely positioned as an Atlantic nation as well as a Mediterranean nation. And having such a cross-Atlantic or cross-Mediterranean position, Korean businesses would be very, very interested in doing business with the EU or America through Morocco as well. So I would also be very happy to see more discussion on this, because I'm actually getting many, many questions from the Korean businesses. They're asking, so what is the position of doing business? How can I sell my ware to Europe from Morocco? So those are some real questions asked by the Korean companies. So, I mean, this is a very, very good initiative. So I think this South-South cooperation should be complemented with the cross-Mediterranean or cross-Atlantic cooperation. And just for your reference, on November 9th, we'll be holding a Korea-Africa Business Forum here in Morocco. And we'll be exploring more of these possibilities. So to have a more deep dive into what we have discussed here, I would all welcome you to, especially the students, to come to the Morocco-Africa the seminar on November 9th. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your reaction and your insight. Thank you very much. If there is no other question, okay. So, okay, Nabil, I'll stop. okay.
Ladies and
so
gentlemen,
thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and for staying throughout this second session. We will kindly ask our esteemed panelists to remain seated. Please join me in welcoming to the stage for the closing remarks Dr. Kim Han-chung, President of Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, and Dr. Karim Al-Inawi, Executive President of the Policy Center for the New South.
Yes, thank you very much for the participants of today's seminar. I actually gave the opening remark, in the morning, and then followed by the two sessions about the economic affairs and also international relations and security issues as well. And also, I had a very good chance to have a meeting with your president, Karim El-Ayadi. Where is it? Oh, yeah, you are here. Yeah, great man. Yeah, very nice man. Yeah, I really enjoyed the dialogue with your president. And then we seek the kind of the chance of enhancing our cooperation in the future, and exchange of the knowledge, exchange of people, and exchange of the kind of the ideas as well. Well, it reminds me of some kind of when I came here in Morocco, and then it reminds me of the Islamic scholar, some 700 years ago, Ibn Battuta. He traveled as far as I know, he was born in Tangier, and he traveled to go east and east. Maybe his original, aim was to visit the Mecca, but he just, gave them more curiosity and then, the brave to go further to the Southeast Asia and then finally to go to Beijing as well. But unfortunately, he did not seem to find the Korean Peninsula. But anyway, so this kind of the curiosity and then the brave from this continents and peoples here in Morocco is very, very impressive to the peoples in Korea. And now we, Korea, Republic of Korea, now have a very keen interest to enlarge and enhance our relations with the countries like Morocco. And we really want to find a very good friendship with Morocco as well. And it's the reason why I am here. And also, so all of these events, I believe that, I hope that this kind of the relationship will keep going in the future. And so we be more materialized form of the mutual cooperation will be, will continue. Okay. Once again, I'd like to extend my real sincere gratitude to all the participants, and then Korean Ambassador Jung Gi-young, and also President Karim El-Ayadi, yes, and Ayadi, yes. and then for your active participation. And once again, I'd like to thank all the participants here, and we have good discussion today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ambassadors, directors, friends. It's a pleasure to be with you, and it's a pleasure to see this happening. I would like to thank you, Ambassador, for making this possible, and also our friends at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Morocco, and particularly Najla Ben Barek, also to have supported this initiative. Thank you to you, Dr. Kim, and your team for coming here all the way from your country. It's highly appreciated, and we are very glad to meet your colleagues. So thank you also to all your colleagues and researchers that have accepted to visit us. Thank you to our staff also at the Policy Center for the New South, and your colleagues too, for having this, organizing this. I think they deserve a round of applause. This is always as you know, form and content are intimately joined in what we do as think tanks. To think clearly and well, we need to have to be in nice environments, fruitful environments. So, and this is possible because we have a great team here at the Policy Center that has mastered the art of organizing events, which is an art, actually. You can script everything, but it's an art, so you have to practice it. It's not enough to learn it. Let me say a few words about the content of our meeting and the spirit at the Policy Center in which we see this first step in our relations with our homologues in Korea, which is Kiev. For us, it's very important to create this kind of platforms of dialogues where we create an opportunity and the right condition for exchanges of researchers based on facts, empirical analysis, and methods of science to happen. We are here as specialist experts on our different fields, not as militants, I would say. We are militants of research, methods of research in public policy, and this is the discussion we had. We are very similar in that way, is that we are seeing ourselves as institutions that mobilizes science and methods of science in the area of broadly social sciences and economics to contribute to the engineering and the fabrication of public policies. And that's our passion here at the Policy Center, with a small spin, which is the New South spin, and of course a passion for Morocco, obviously, but also for Africa and the New South in general. Not so long ago, your country was part, I would say, of the New South. Now it is an advanced economy. But you still can still feel that spirit and particular view of the world, which is a reasonably open world, a world where tolerance, dialogue, and a view of what is multilateralism sort of we share together. And I think this is also, these are the values at the heart of the Policy Center too. An open world, a reasonable world where multilateralism are a fundamental way of resolving issues around the world. A second point would be on, and where we have a strong interest is basically we are all facing the same kind of challenges, and as we've discussed that, there's of course for all of us, and in particular both of our countries, issues such as climate change, of course, and what it means, what security means in the 21st century food security, energy security, freedom of navigations around the world, all kind of risks that our societies are facing, and what can we do, us as think tanks, to contribute to of course, we cannot do this alone, but to contribute to this, to solutions, to ideas, to innovations, etc. So we will be glad to continue this dialogue around these topics: security in all its dimensions. Of course, economic development. Morocco has a lot to learn from the path of Korea over the past 50, 60 years, you know. In your industrial policy is also very interesting. The way you have managed also your openness to capital, to financial, global financial capital, the way you have managed your macroeconomic policies, but also in terms of, you know, the value chains and the division of production around the world, and in your region, but also when you look at a country like Morocco and its place in Africa and its neighborhood in the Mediterranean. So I think this is where also we could do work together, Africa and its place in the world, and how, and you know, your country and a country like Morocco can cooperate for what we all want to see happening in the next decades. It's an Africa that is getting richer, more equal, and at peace. So to conclude, we hope this is not just a single operation. So we have discussed of ways with President Kim of to pursue that, with ideas in, you know, in the exchanges of researchers, internships, but also maybe organizing such an event next time in Seoul, where we could pursue this kind of strategic dialogue and create a more sort of permanent space where we issues that are of interest to both of us important. I think we need to have maybe, to conclude, a bit more involvement of the private sector. I think it's important in this kind of activities that we have. Our private sector is, you know, can see also the opportunities and the kind of research we do, how for them to see the opportunities. So I think it's also important. So again, thanks to all of you, and inshallah we see you soon. Safe trip back to your countries when you travel back, and it really has been a pleasure. And in the name of my colleagues at the Policy Center, we wish you all well, and inshallah seeing you soon. Many thanks.